Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. From animation to architecture, all tied together by an overarching need to build a sustainable future. I would like to welcome my colleague Dina Story, Head of Sustainability at Expo, to moderate our next session on the architecture of Expo 2020 Dubai. Dina, over to you.
Thank you, Aisha. It's a pleasure to be here with you all, and it's a pleasure to introduce a wonderful panel of architects. Expo has always prided itself in the architecture that we have. Our foundations are built on sustainable infrastructure and architecture, and it's my pleasure to introduce a great panel of architects and of drivers and leadership in sustainability. I have here with me Ahmed Al-Khatib, Chief Development and Delivery Officer. I have Andrew Whaley, Chairman from Grimshaw, who built the Sustainability Pavilion that you just saw in the previous session. Serena Hijaz from the Malaysia Pavilion. Royal Pinada from Principal Architects for the Philippines Pavilion. And Mr. Wong Mun Sum from the Singapore Pavilion. Happy to have you here on the stage. So to start with, I'm going to start with something closer to home. I'd like to ask Ahmed Al-Khatib about our sustainability infrastructure and architecture on site. Ahmed, over to you.
Thank you, Dina. Since day one, the UAE was chosen to host this event. We've been working diligently on the construction of the site. It's an ambitious vision with countless moving parts. And I would like to take this opportunity to let you know that we are on track to complete all construction by the end of this year. As you know, Dina, like every expo revolves around its own theme to leave lasting impact on the path of human progress, making each once-in-a-lifetime experience. As we started the preparations for the site, we developed a policy and strategy to ensure sustainability is a central requirement for all of our projects in Expo. And the result is more than 95 buildings classified as LEED Gold buildings, and 2 LEED Platinum buildings, and a Sequel Excellent site, and a lot more. Now let's talk about how we managed and ensured that the use of sustainable materials and practices in Expo was achieved. We realized that materials are a finite resource. The increase in the Earth's population and on the demand for goods has a direct effect on the life cycle of materials, thus adopting guidelines that account for embedded carbon, promoting the reuse of materials and encouraging the responsible and regional sourcing of materials are just very few of the practices that we have embedded in our guidelines and materials requirements that we have developed and provided to all of our contractors and consultants and stakeholders across the site. This strategy embodies the principle of sustainable development, respecting ecological limits and natural resources constraints, and encouraging prosperity and well-being, while optimizing conditions for human development. And most importantly, it lays the foundation for a sustainable legacy for future generations to come. As such, we have developed more than 40 KPIs measuring our sustainability standards and commitments. We also embedded in our sustainability strategy KPIs related to materials that focuses basically on 2 objectives: minimizing the depletion of natural resources through design for reuse and legacy, and also promoting the use of sustainable materials in terms of environmental, social and economic impacts. In addition to the site-wide sustainability strategy, we have also developed a site-wide sustainable material guidelines that provide guidance on the selection of materials used at Expo for all of our developers, contractors, and consultants. Our constant and clear engagement and the monitoring of our contractors. This is how we ensure that our sustainability KPIs are met, and the guidelines were very, very well explained to all of our stakeholders, and this is how also our sustainability commitments have been achieved. We believe that the sustainable materials selections for the Expo site has been achieved by implementing so many practices, such as adopting guiltiness that account for embedded carbon, promoting reused materials and those with high recycled content. We also, by encouraging responsible and regional sourcing of materials, and selecting materials that do not have negative impact on the indoor environmental quality. We explained everything in details and on how to measure these objectives and clearly defined them in all of our guidelines. We have also targeted materials that are EPD compliant. It is also an independently verified and registered document that communicates transparent and comparable information about the life cycle environmental impact of products. We as Expo have been striving to use EPD verified materials, and we are reaching out to everybody on our site to give them all the required assistance and to achieve all of this. We have also used rubberized asphalt concrete in all of our roadworks. So all of our roadworks is actually about 30% of the design mix of the asphalt is produced by adding recycled tires and the mix of the asphalt. All of the temporary roads also that are part of the Expo event and the car parks are made from those cut-up tires sourced from Dubai municipality and mixed with the asphalt to reduce, of course, the virgin asphalt use. Another example, the concrete curing compounds that are being used in all of our Expo buildings were actually all the construction works to reduce the water consumption of the concrete production. This has led to a significant decrease in the water consumption used during the construction. For example, in the thematic districts, we have increased the percentage of cement replacements in some of the concrete mixes, such that the overall embodied carbon of concrete production is about 7% lower than the sustainable material guidelines requirements, which was also another achievement that we are very proud of. We have lately published our sustainability report last August on our website, and it's available for everybody to see. And it shows all the great achievements that the Expo team have delivered in the field of sustainability. And I'm very, very proud to be part of the team delivering this incredible event.
Thank you, Ahmed. It's sustainability report with you. It's also been really interesting. I mean, when Ahmed talked about the car parks, this is one of the things that really drove us to think more innovatively about using asphalt and changing the way and the dynamic of using reusing tires to build the car parks, which is a lot more sustainable and actually reduces the number of tires that are going into landfill. Andrew, now over to you. I've been really fascinated, of course, by the Sustainability Pavilion, and I wanted to understand a little bit more about how the idea came about and how you and the team from Grimshaw put together this amazing pavilion. And honestly, I'm really, really excited about going into the pavilion, as I haven't seen the programming. When John Bull presented it just now, I thought, okay, I'm going to be first in line for this.
Thank you, Dina. So when we were first invited to put forward design proposals for the Sustainability Pavilion, we thought it would be an incredible opportunity to demonstrate a truly self-sustaining pavilion on a world stage, a building that can generate all of its own energy, cooling and water within the context of a very challenging climate. This is a unique opportunity to deliver a global message about the natural world, ecology and technology. I think to a global audience, utilizing inspiring architecture, meaningful and impactful exhibitions, but most importantly, a strong message of opportunity and possibility. I think we're really creating, I hope, an experience that is both exhilarating and informative. Meeting our net zero aspirations is as much to do with ingenuity as it is to do with the application of technology. So in the first instance, we've used the site as a natural insulator. And this little quick early sketch probably explains that by sinking most of the exhibition space below ground, and then the remaining space actually sits under a heavily insulated landscape roof, which is in turn wrapped with heavy masonry walls built out of reclaimed rocks in a gabion system, all of which then provides an incredible insulated shield to the outside elements. We've worked tirelessly with our collaborating engineers Bureau Happold to use the latest and obviously the most efficient technologies, really optimizing every aspect of the systems that will run the building. Hovering above all of this is the canopy, which is probably the thing that most people have seen when they arrive at the Expo site. The canopy is actually, it spans 132 meters, and it's harvesting sunlight with its photovoltaic skin, and it shades everything below, and then also funnels breezes into the courtyard. To enable the canopy to span over the pavilion, it cantilevers 70 meters. And one of the things that's really inspired us for the, if you like, the canopy was the majesty of the desert gaff tree with its deep taproot, providing shade in the harshest of heat in the desert. And this diagram, I think, explains, if you like, the kind of technical challenges that we had. So to span over the building, it actually cantilevers 70 meters. So the double-decker bus maybe gives you a little kind of scale reference to the kind of engineering challenges that we've dealt with. So we used nearly 9,000 square meters of high efficiency photovoltaic panels, and these are actually laminated in glass. And this has the beautiful benefit that you can read them from the underside, but I think more importantly, it lets dappled light to filter through the shading of the canopy to kind of bathe dots of light below. To maximize on the harvesting of energy, we've had to use all of the landscape as well. So we developed something we've called an E-tree or an energy tree. These were inspired actually by the dragon blood tree of the Socotra archipelago in the Arabian Sea. And it also harvests energy and shades the ground below. So to optimize on efficiency, each tree has a motorized gimbal. That's a little motorized system that allows it to track the sun throughout the day. And by doing this, it actually improves the efficiency and the yield of power, if you like, by a quarter further, so 25% more energy. The trees are nearly 18 meters across. So they're, you know, if you look at the people there, you can see they're quite sizable. So to keep them as light as possible so they can move, they are entirely constructed from composite carbon fiber. And that's a material that's really kind of groundbreaking in its use in architecture. It's not been used to date, and it comes from racing yachts and other high performance vehicles. Between the canopy and the E-trees, we expect to harvest over 4 megawatts of energy a year. And this little diagram here shows the kind of, if you like, the assembly of the E-tree. And again, the same as the canopy, you can actually look up and you can read all the photovoltaics on the underside, but also it actually captures energy that's reflected from the ground back up to the underside of the tree. And I think they're almost like kinetic sculptures, you know, throughout the day, every time you look at them, they'll be in a different angle, but they'll give the maximum amount of shade to the landscape below. So they're almost like sunflowers in the landscape. And both of the e-tree and the canopy, I think, were quite sophisticated and advanced technology. But I think the rather wonderful achievement is that they were all manufactured in Dubai. Actually, not just in Dubai, they were manufactured about half an hour from the Expo site. So this is cutting edge technology that's been developed and produced in Dubai. When visitors arrive at the Pavilion site, I think their first experience will be a journey through an immersive landscape, exploring a number of themes, including water, food, and biodiversity. We've worked very closely with our landscape architect, Desert Inc., and we're actually using plants sourced from the desert, many of which haven't been used in public landscape settings before. So that's involved a degree of research and experimentation. But I think this will be a real demonstration of the best of sustainable thinking, illustrating how careful selection of plants can create beautiful and arresting landscapes that use a minimum of water. Indeed, some of the plants will actually be used to help filtrate and recycle the wastewater from the pavilion. So it's actually a working landscape. During the expo, visitors can then look down into the courtyard after their journey through the landscape, where they'll see people about to enter the pavilion. And from there, if they wish to, they can make their way up the landscaped roof all the way to the top, where they'll get commanding views across the whole expo site and to downtown Dubai. Many of you will have heard, I hope, John Bull's very dynamic presentation on, I think, what will be a very exciting exhibition experience. And as he mentioned, we've actually been developing this with our designers, Think, and our long-term collaborators, the Eden Project. And it's been very much inspired by the research work of the Stockholm Resilience Centre on planetary boundaries. So during Expo, visitors will actually make their way down a dry riverbed or a wadi into the courtyard. And you can see from this diagram how you enter the centre of the building and then you split into two different choices. So this gives us two thematic options. And this strategy allows us to get a larger throughput of people, but without any crowding or rushing of experience. So everyone has a kind of really wonderful time in the pavilion, but really getting the most people to have that opportunity. So actually, the pavilion was designed, first of all, with its long-term function. So in the long term, it's going to be a science centre dedicated to a sustainable and resilient future for our planet. And once we'd done that, we then adapted it for the 6-month Expo experience. So when Terra becomes a permanent institute in 2022, the circulation reverses back to the original design, so that visitors will enter the main entrance, which you can see here in the slide at the centre of the building. And from there, they enter the main lobby, where they can then go down a rather kind of, I think, flowing staircase to the lower courtyard level. And from there, they have a choice of a whole range of different exhibitions and experiences to choose from, and they can plot their own journey through the building. I think key to the messages presented in the exhibitions that you heard so much detail earlier on will be the presentation and advancement of solutions that address contemporary environmental challenges. And I think by highlighting the ingenuity being utilised across the globe, visitors will be engaged with a spirit of promise and individual responsibility. I think we're all very much aware that we're at a critical juncture in time with the opportunity before us to author a healthy, lasting future for generations to come. And if anything, the challenges of the current pandemic has even brought that into sharper focus. So I believe the architecture and exhibitions of the Sustainability Pavilion will serve as an exciting reminder that not only are the opportunities ours to address as a global human population, but that innovation and ingenuity is already well underway, and that even further inspiration lies right before us within the amazing natural world. Through an inspiring and focused narrative, we will leave Expo Dubai visitors, I really believe, with a heightened sense of awareness and engagement that could be applied in everyday life, no matter where on our wondrous planet we live. So I'm very much looking forward to the 1st of October next year, when the first visitors start experiencing and enjoying the pavilion. So thank you, Dina.
Thank you, Andrew. Just a quick story about the Sustainability Pavilion. About a year ago, we rescued a group of bees from the Sustainability Pavilion that had landed, had swarmed there. And we have no harm to fauna or flora or any animals on site. So we always rescue the animals, and that's of course in our sustainability report. But those particular bees turned out to be honeybees and not wild bees. I'm happy to say that they're thriving, and now we have 2 queens, sustainability queens, from the Sustainability Pavilion, and we've harvested about 30 honey jars. So hopefully, when all of you come to the Expo, we'll be able to gift you from honey that we've saved from the Sustainability Pavilion. So that's just a small story about the Sustainability Pavilion and the importance of planting native and adaptive plants that draw in wildlife. The other thing that you mentioned is about building things that are on site, that are close to home, and that reduces the carbon footprint, which moves me to Serena and the importance of carbon neutrality for the Malaysia Pavilion. Can you tell us more about how that commitment influenced the design of the Malaysia Pavilion, and how this concept of carbon neutrality made your designs or influenced your designs in any way, or vice versa? And I'd love to hear more about that, please.
Thank you very much, Dina, for that. I'd like to go to the presentation. I think, you know, we obviously are of a different scale when we come down to the individual pavilions compared to the sustainable pavilion that Andrew has just shown. But I think every pavilion wants to make a commitment to sustainability, and Malaysia was no different to that. When the brief was given to us, we were inspired by the idea of creating a pavilion that would touch the ground lightly, not just in terms of the metaphor that it's lifted off the ground, but the idea is that it makes a very low impact on the carbon footprint. Because I think as we're moving forward, everyone's footprint is accountable now, and all we're trying to do is to try to reduce that down, and also widen our ecological footprint in terms of restoration of that. So this was some of the ideas for this rainforest canopy, as we call it. Sorry, I'm just trying to adjust to the slide. I have lost connection. One moment. I can't move it forward. Oh, yes, sorry. The Malaysian pavilion started with, of course, a Dubai Expo theme, which wasn't mentioned right earlier, was connecting minds and creating the future. For Malaysia itself, they moved forward with this idea of the importance of energizing today, tomorrow, harmony in business. And in fact, this week itself in Malaysia, in conjunction together with Expo, Malaysia is running the iGEM, which is also running on this theme of energizing today, tomorrow, harmony in business, and energizing sustainability in particular. And when we went into the pavilion concept, we wanted to express to the client the importance that we drive this and inspire the idea of our synergy with nature. This was an important message for us, not only at a global level, but most particularly at a local level in Malaysia, that we have an abundance of ecology and nature and biodiversity. And it is the jewel of the future, and sustaining that and restoring that is going to be really part of our sustainable story for Malaysia. Balancing energy systems is another criteria that is important for everybody at the moment, and expressing on that the idea that Malaysia is looking into its reforestation and restoration, and has actually had some very successful protection of the forest reserve, which will be part of the story of the pavilion. And the other aspect is sustainable plantation. So with this, we created a theme of the pavilion that is in the canopy of trees. The buildings are lifted off the ground as a pavilion. And in this way, it does draw on some of the Malaysian tradition of building on stilts, the original buildings of construction where everything was built on stilts in order to allow for the building to breathe, one. The other one is in terms of its response to the environment, whether it's flooding, whether you find these buildings lifted off the ground by the water for the fishermen, or whether you find them in the jungle from predators. So this concept of lifting it off the ground was very much part of the sort of inspiration for our pavilion. And using natural materials that have a low impact in terms of the carbon. So when we say that our goal was, the concept was to touch the ground lightly, when we looked at the site, we knew that we wanted to sort of harmonize man and nature within the site itself. And we looked at lifting it off the ground and having a meandering pathway that goes up to the pavilion as part of the experience, where there's planting on the ground and you're basically like walking through the experience of walking on elevated stilts into the pavilion, and surrounded with a grove of columns which are lit at night, giving this idea of what we call clip, which is the fireflies at night. Which you find in the forests where, especially in the mangrove forests, which is untouched. So this is the pavilion itself, the Malaysia pavilion from the front, lifted off the ground. The materials that we chose towards this carbon neutrality, net zero carbon, was to look at the embodied construction and operational carbon, and projecting it in terms of how we can reduce that impact, be very, very efficient. And obviously on a site like this, whilst we can maximize as much as possible with the array of solar panels on the roof, we wouldn't be able to generate enough full energy for this building. So we have to do it in many layers. One is to be very energy efficient and then to produce as much energy for this site. We do have water coming down the building like a water reel on the meandering path that you go up into the building. So this is a view from the site. It is nearing completion in terms of the shell and core towards the end of this year. And this is the site. We basically have introduced helifans around the site to allow a cross ventilation through the site. Whilst we've lifted off the ground, we do have a below ground component of the pavilion where the business functions are being placed. We have an amphitheater, we have a cafe at this level. But as you can see, the meandering path that takes us up and is lifting off the ground. So taking a walk through the pavilion experience itself inside, we are basically, as you can see, the entire experience is mostly lifted off the ground and expressing ideas of what is energizing today with reforestation, with cluster growth and regrowth, quiescence as part of the experience of telling the story of Malaysia. And then energizing tomorrow is where we're moving forward. And you know that Malaysia at the moment is undergoing to develop biodiversity islands in Penang. So that may be part of the story of this entire pavilion. Energizing today, the pavilions itself are fairly organic in shape, basically mimicking the idea that it is something from nature. Whilst we've cladded everything in sustainable timber, the idea is that once we've constructed the pavilion, it can be decommissioned and all the materials can be recycled and reused. So this idea of a kind of cradle to cradle was part of the brief and aspiration of this pavilion. And in fact, that's how we will be moving forward. This is the cluster regrowth exhibition inside, sorry, which will tell the story about our plantation and sustainable plantation, the move where Malaysia is making every effort in terms of their plantation for the future. The next exhibition will be about the regrowth within Malaysia, and quintessence will be about energizing tomorrow through new technologies that are becoming more and more available with regards to how we approach sustainability. The underbelly of this pavilion has projections at night happening, and they will basically be quite alive so that people moving around the pavilion and below the canopy of the building itself will be able to see some stories about Malaysia under the canopies itself. And so not just in terms of the metaphor, but in terms of how we are moving sustainably forward, this pavilion expresses this idea of touching the ground lightly in every aspect, considering from the construction right to the end in terms of recycling of all its materials, but in expressing and hopefully being an inspiration both globally and locally with regards to how we take care of our nature and ecology, and the story of what Malaysia is doing towards its own sustainable goals of 2030, which is about energy efficiency, it's about renewable energy, and it's about restoration of our ecology, which in the tropical belt is probably one of the most important contributors to the ecology of the world. Thank you.
Thank you, Serena. That was absolutely amazing. Touching the ground lightly. I think that's going to be my new motto from now on, to be honest with you. It's such a beautiful and inspirational saying, and it really does show that we have to impact lightly on this planet. Mr. Royal Pinada, nice to have you with us. Can you please tell us a little bit more about the Philippines Pavilion and about your journey into sustainability? I think we can't hear you.
Hello, can you hear me now?
Hello, now we can hear you.
Can you hear me
Absolutely.
now? Yes. Okay.
Yes.
Thank you, Dina. Thank you for everybody for inviting us here. And so excited to see everybody, and also seeing all these beautiful pavilions from our other countries. In the Philippines Pavilion, we're able to incorporate the sustainability in a very concept of we call it bangkota. We call it, it's a Filipino term, a word, an ancient Tagalog word that means coral reef. The coral reef is actually what we thought about to represent the Philippines, because by nature, what we wanted to really present is we are the center of the marine biodiversity of the world. And this is something that is naturally defining our country as Philippines. And it's also the inspiration of how we wanted to be out there for the World Expo. We are not there to compete. We are there to present and honestly show to the world the nature of the Philippines. So with that in mind, what we thought of presenting is actually the cultural sustainability. Um, Everybody will be talking about all the sustainability efforts that we are all doing, which is all good. We are doing all this technology, sustainability of many things. But I think what the Philippines is offering is to present where this sustainability starts. It should start from the mind. And the Philippines is hosting this very concept of cultural sustainability, wherein we want people, not just the Filipinos, but humanity, to be able to understand the very roots of humanity itself, which is nature. That's why we even have to say in the presentation of Pangkota or the Philippines Pavilion, we are presenting the three major philosophies that we would like to share with the world, wherein nature is peace, the first one. The second one is man is nature and not man and nature. And the third is the variety of the world. So this will be all presented in the Philippines Pavilion. In the creation of this concept of the Bangkota or the Philippines Pavilion, we are very careful in presenting how truthful or how honest we can bring our architecture and put it as a representation of the Philippines. And when we were asked to do this project, we didn't want to bring the Nipa hut or the tropical huts of the Philippines in Dubai, but what we wanted to bring is the principle of how the Filipinos of before built their houses and their architecture. So it was made and created with common sense, with the resources that's available, with all the materials and the technology that was available. And that came to a concept that we are also presenting, wherein when we built and when we designed and built the Bangkota or the Philippines Pavilion in Dubai, we are using all the technology and the resources available in Dubai. Just like the old Filipino built their homes, they just got their thatch roof from the plants around the bamboo from the riverside and everything that was all available within their reach. And we were very blessed because during this pandemic, we also realized, and we're very thankful because all our products and materials being used in the pavilion is all sourced locally. So basically, we have no delays in the construction of our project. We don't have issues of this, importations, the problems of importations because of the pandemic. So I think we actually coined this approach as a concept, and we call it practical luxury, wherein every humanity, every person can actually live in luxury. We don't need to wait for us to be first world to live in luxury, but we can all live in luxury by design. So this is what the Philippine Pavilion will be presenting. We are working again with all the materials that's available, what's easily accessible in terms of purchase and production in Dubai. And also the way we are envisioning the architecture, it will also be sunscreen. At the same time, it will amplify and encourage air movement because of the screens and the curves And I believe that the concept that has been created for this, which is inspired by the form of the coral reefs, is actually something that we can all somehow relate to, especially when we put all the landscape that reflects the coast and the nature of the underwater world of the Philippines. We are also using the plants and the plants that's all available, and again, the tribes in Dubai or in the area, because again, we didn't want to make it very tedious to bring in other plants that is not applicable in the project. Architecturally, we are again presenting the celebration of nature. We want people to be able to somehow walk in this pavilion and enter the exhibit and understand how to be one with nature again, and to be able to reflect and have a time to ponder after they experience it. They will go out to the roof deck and walk above it and be able to see the beauty of the sun and the shadows again, and the movement of time and space. And I think that will be more of triggering again, as we all see that we have great pavilions all over in the whole World Expo. Everybody's doing a great design, a great project. The Bangkota or the Philippines Pavilion is actually trying to emphasize what is inside humanity, wherein we want people to be able to touch base again with nature internally. So we want people to again appreciate and understand what nature is, and through the architecture and design that we are putting in. So at night we will be playing with the lights and projections, and again the idea is to simulate the underwater world of the Philippines, and this is also somehow creating that concept of being able to maximize the minimum in terms of what we're able to put here with a very given budget, the very given time to put this together. We're able to create a concept design that is also modular in design, because we have plans of bringing this back to the Philippines, because the Philippine Pavilion is not just about, again, its sustainability in terms of building and architecture. This will also be about the sustainability of our culture, our mindset. So the content of being able to free the Filipinos' mindset from the colonial mentality or the concept of the 400 years of colonialism. We are going back to 4,000 years of the story of the Philippines, wherein the Filipinos were all inspired and being creative through nature itself. That our ancestors' inspirations and creativity were not just limited to the influences of our colonizers, but we were actually been creative and always been engaged with nature's creativity and inspirations. So again, as I've said, the concept of being able to share this as cultural sustainability, we want this not just for the World Expo event. We will be bringing back and assembling all the entire pavilion in the Philippines, in the new and the modern Philippine city in Clark. And we are making this as a portal to the new mindset of every Filipino, the new generation, to open up their minds that our history goes way back, and our history can be as ancient as nature itself. So if there's something that is freedom for inspiration for all Filipinos in terms of creativity, we want them to be inspired by nature again. as the same as our ancestors did. So this is how we feel Bangkota or the Philippines Pavilion is able to express our identity and our contribution to the world today. So thank you, Dina.
Thank you so much, Mr. Royal. I love the idea of practical luxury. I think it's very, very interesting. Mr. Mansam, I would like to know more about sustainability and how Singapore drives sustainability. It's one of the places I want to visit most in the world, and I know that by visiting your pavilion, I'll get to see a lot.
Thanks, Dina. Oops, sorry. Okay. The Singapore Pavilion theme, Nature, Nurture, Future, which you see here, encapsulates Singapore's story of overcoming its physical limitation as a small island city-state and adapting itself to become a livable and biophilic city. This is something we wanted to express in the design of the Singapore Pavilion. We, the world, are facing a climate emergency, and the loss of biodiversity is progressing at an irreversible rate, and we must take action now. At our practice, we believe in taking a nature-based approach to designing our future and regenerating our planet. The pavilion you see here reflects our philosophy. It is conceived as a self-sufficient ecosystem, a large tropical oasis in the Arabian desert. Through passive design, the open pavilion can achieve net zero energy, net zero water consumption, and zero waste over its 6-month operational period. One of the key strategies is to shrink the urban footprint by rethinking the cities three-dimensionally. Instead of sprawling upwards and expanding the boundaries of our urban areas, encroaching on nature more and more, we planned vertically, layer by layer, rather than district by district. We also designed the pavilion to have multiple layers that are stacked on top of each other and it can accommodate all the different programs. Here you see the first layer, a park filled with trees, shrubs, and water. It will be permeable, soft and lush like a tropical rainforest. It feels airy and spacious despite the small footprint of the structure. There are 3 modular structural cones, which are the centerpieces of the pavilion. They are draped in verdant vertical greenery and house different exhibits, which shows a captivating and forward Singapore that is sociable, sustainable, and livable. The canopy walk connects the 3 cones to each other to create an experiential journey amongst the integrated 3-dimensional greenery, giving visitors an idea of the Singapore success in high-rise greenery. The ramp is gently sloping, allowing for universal access. Visitors will be embraced by greenery from all sides and even the top. We designed the hanging gardens with draping vines that are suspended in mid-air. All this greenery will contribute to a really comfortable climate in the indoor and outdoor spaces of the pavilion. Through evapotranspirational cooling, water from the plants evaporates and cools the still air. Additional dry mist fans are used in the hotter months. Topping the pavilion is a sky market, an open platform for events and a space to relax, enjoy the pavilion's atmosphere, and take in the panoramic view of the Expo grounds. The topmost layer, the solar canopy, covers the entire pavilion with PV panels that provide the building with energy and sunlight for the ceiling planting. The shading together with the evapotranspiration of the plants and the placement of the dry mist fans will cool the pavilion by 5 to 10 degrees Celsius, creating a really comfortable mini climate within the Singapore Pavilion while maintaining a net zero energy strategy. Can you see me? Oops.
I think you froze for a minute. Hello, Mr. Mansam.
Hi.
Hi, we can hear you, but we cannot see you. I think we might have lost connection. I think we've lost Mr. Mansam. Just a quick wrap up. I think we have been disconnected. So just a quick wrap up. I'd like to thank all our speakers, everyone that came on this panel. As you walk through the pavilions, I wish that you can look at the buildings in a different way and a different light at this moment. I wish everyone who comes to the Expo sees the sustainability journeys as well as looks at how these buildings, how this architecture has come together in one place. Thank you very much for your time, and I wish to see you all again.
I was really enjoying it as well.
Yeah, I want to hear the end, Mansa. Yeah. Been so
Mansa,
great.
I'm so sorry. I don't know what happened.
I don't know, Dina. I know we've run over time, but that's something.
Yes.
Oh, you're on mute, Dina.
I'm so sorry. I didn't even realize that we were kicked out, by the way.
I think we were. Yeah, obviously, because we've gone over our time limit, they just chuck you out.
I don't think they should do that.
I don't think they did. It's actually, I think it was frozen.
It froze, and then all of a sudden they couldn't get us back on again.
It's always
Thank you so much, Dina, and our entire panelists for such an engrossing discussion, and one that brings an entirely new dimension to our understanding and enjoyment of what is being built here at Expo 2020 Dubai. I would now like to welcome Murad bin Ayed, Strategy Director at creative agency Ayed & Barber. Murad, over to you.
Yeah, you can hear me. All right. Thank you. Thank you. It's my pleasure to take part in the Dubai Expo Climate Change and Biodiversity Week. So I will be presenting the climate change initiative that are designed aiming to engage the UAE youth with climate change. So what's behind climate change? It's the increasing risks that we know, but more intense and more frequent. And if we talk about climate change as a global issue, we feel very small. So how to build awareness about climate change among the UAE youth? By connecting the youth with their reality. A reality where local communities, in fact, are impacted by floods on the Padma River in Bangladesh. We are referring to areas that are more and more submerged by water, making it difficult for communities that are mostly farmers to generate revenue and live, making it difficult for the youth to get an education. With the help of several stakeholders, we built an initiative that raises awareness about climate change, by challenging UAE architecture students to research, brainstorm, and design an innovative solution for communities impacted by floods on the Padma River. So the question that was asked to the youth in the UAE is, what solutions can you design to defy floods? So students will either come back to us by proposing a new adapted structure to help local youth getting access to education, or addressing the issue as a whole by proposing better conditions of life for its community. The good news is adaptive solutions already exist. You see on the bottom right of the slide, this is a floating school in Bangladesh, conceived by the architect Mohammed Rizwan, who is the founder of an NGO called Shidulai, allowing the youth to receive an education wherever the climate conditions are. So through this initiative, architecture students will be placing this community living along the Padma River in Bangladesh in the heart of the design, according to a context where floods are more frequent, more intense, and less predictable. So to make it impactful, to make an impactful initiative, we have decided to partner with multiple stakeholders. Each stakeholder contributes with value according to their involvement and their expertise. So this UAE Youth Initiative involves non-profit organizations. We have Fatima bin Hazza Foundation, a UAE foundation developing initiatives towards the youth. We have the NGO Shidulai working directly with the local community in Bangladesh. We have 120 students from 3 leading UAE universities in architecture. So the UAE University, the American University of Sharjah, and the Manipal University in Dubai, and their professors. So most of the students here will be working in groups. We have 25 groups of students. But what is interesting here is the challenge will be part of their curriculum, and students will be graded in a few months. As a third group, we have invited experts to join us for the coming month to share insights and inspire students about the situations faced by the local community, as well as discussion about sustainable architecture. Beyond this challenge, this initiative shows a collaboration between different stakeholders, but more importantly, the involvement of individuals such as students who can also take the lead and contribute by finding adaptive solutions. When we ask the students what motivates them in taking part of such initiative, students respond to make a difference. And I'm trying to go to the next slide. I cannot, sorry. Once you go to the next slide, if maybe someone can do this for me, that would be great. It's frozen. It is frozen. I'm sorry, I think we had a mini lag. I'm going to come back to the next slide. Yes, here is the snapshot of the work from different group of students. So we see the research and analysis phase combined with projection, site analysis, climate conditions, river situation, how the situation will in fact evolve in the coming years. So students here are integrating sustainability in their design. So how to deal with constraints such as no access to electricity, how to adapt. Integrating the use of solar panel here is suggested. The use of local source materials such as bamboo. Students have started already to model their ideas, bearing in mind the importance of using locally sourced materials. Students are also thinking about integrating different functions in their floating structure that range from a classroom to a fishing farm. Design will continue to evolve, in fact, according to the feedback and discussions they're having with experts and professors in the coming month. Here's the project timeline. In fact, this journey started back in Jan 2020, but first establishing several partnerships. Partnerships between non-profit organizations, partnerships between UAE universities and non-profit organizations. So we had the first discussion in September with all students about the local community, the river, the living conditions during floods. So students have started the research and will be submitting their concept in December 2020. And the selected winners will be presenting their work in Jan 2021. So what will be the second phase of this initiative? There is a continuity. The whole journey is being documented. Discussions with experts, discussions between students as a group, first sketches, the midterm review. We aim to showcase a documentary next year and youth prototype in an exhibition. And we also aim to raise funds to implement the best solutions. So with this initiative, I'm also questioning, as we tend to expect solutions to happen from the top, can we arrive collectively at the solutions with a bottom-up approach? Thank you very much.
colaboración, el apoyo de diversas personas que llegaban a nuestras campañas de limpieza. Las autoridades competentes también se sumaron para protegerla. El proyecto de nuestro emblemático lago Titicaca lo denominamos Reto 15 Titicaca. Ir a la zona con mayor carga contaminante llamado Espinar, que se encuentra ubicado en la bahía interior de Puno. Implementamos dos tecnologías, el sistema de micro-nano burbujas y un sistema orgánico de clarificación, y demostrar que en solo 15 días podemos recuperar su calidad del agua. Antes de terminar, queremos agradecer a Expo 2020 por darnos la oportunidad de dar a conocer un poco más sobre nuestro país. Estamos seguros que la Expo 2020 será una gran oportunidad para seguir compartiendo y conectando ideas, para seguir generando soluciones creativas e innovadoras que nos ayuden a combatir el cambio climático y proteger nuestra biodiversidad, construyendo un mejor futuro. Así que nos encontramos en el Pabellón peruano, donde estaremos más que contentos de darles la bienvenida y acompañarlos en un viaje por la historia del Perú, por su diversidad cultural, por sus impresionantes paisajes y riquezas naturales, su gran gastronomía, y donde sin duda podremos contarles más sobre nuestros saberes ancestrales y la creatividad de los peruanos que están aportando al presente y futuro del mundo. Nos vemos pronto y siempre, ¡pa'lante!
Thank you, Dr. Morikawa. I would now like to welcome Justin Keeble, Managing Director at Accenture Strategy.
Almost 15 years ago, I was working on a sustainability project for one of Dubai's biggest real estate companies. And I was told that Dubai is 4 hours away from 4 billion people. I don't underestimate the influence that Dubai has on the world stage, ensuring that the next decade is the decade of action in tackling big social and environmental challenges that we face today. And it's hard to think of a more important platform that Dubai has now with Dubai Expo 2020. We are at a crucial junction point for society and for our economies. We've seen how a global crisis can dramatically reshape our priorities, how we live, how we work, how we travel. And this is just a small window into the scale of disruption that will be caused by climate change and the bigger biodiversity crisis. We urgently need to correct our course of action over the next 10 years and make it the decade of action in the delivery of the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. I've always been an optimist, and I remember in my first job being asked why I was always smiling. And I'm an optimist because I believe passionately in the combination between technology and human ingenuity in helping us to respond to these challenges and finding the right answers. So why now? Well, your consumers want change. 2/3 of consumers want to take a stand on sustainability. Your investors want change. This year, we'll see close to 50% of global assets under management incorporating sustainability factors. And your employees want change because we see purpose-driven organizations seeing dramatic increases in productivity. So what should you do? Well, we think there are 5 actions that you need to take within your business. You need to set stretching ambitions. This is the decade of action and it will require business transformation. You need to set goals that will force change. Use the UN Sustainable Development Goals and the SDG Ambition, which is a multi-stakeholder accelerator initiative launched by the Global Compact XAP that integrates SDGs across the enterprise. This month, for example, Accenture has committed to net zero emissions by 2025. That's ambitious for a company with 500,000 employees. Secondly, you need to harness the enabling power of technology. Technology is and will continue to play an essential role in our response to the current crisis, and it will be crucial in unlocking the sustainable business models that we need to develop over the next 10 years. 75% of CEOs are telling us that they're investing in digital technologies to tackle these sustainability challenges. Harnessing cloud, for example, will drive reductions in carbon intensity, particularly enabling new opportunities once you're in the cloud to drive more resource-efficient supply chains, more intelligent manufacturing, smarter products, and some of the business models when we use products and services and ensuring we can recover resources at end of life. Thirdly, you need to collaborate. You won't solve these problems on your own. You need to work with customers, with suppliers, with industry, with civil society to tackle the barriers of action, and if necessary, rewrite the rules. Fourthly, you need to measure the rotation. What percentage of your revenues today come from sustainable products and services? We see some companies whose sustainable brands are growing twice as fast and accounting for more than 50% of their growth. Finally, take this personally. Lead by example. We know from our work with the United Nations Global Compact and engaging over 1,000 CEOs in our last survey that individual leadership is a key factor to enable businesses to change. Have the personal confidence to lead your organization and lead with authenticity. Take a stand. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Justin. Our next speaker is with another Expo partner, Dulsco, who is responsible for a range of aspects of site and event delivery, including the design and execution of our waste management and recycling strategy. To tell us more, please welcome Joel Saab, Head of the Expo 2020 project at Dulsco.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you for attending my session today. I will be talking about the different steps that Dulsco has taken towards achieving a circular economy. So as you know, sustainable development requires disruptive changes in the way our societies and businesses are organized. And sadly, the traditional way of make, use, dispose does not work anymore. So as an alternative, the circular economy has seen the light. A model offering a new chance of innovation and integration between natural ecosystems, businesses, our daily lives, and waste management. So this model really keep resources in use for as long as possible, extract the maximum value from them while in use, then recover and regenerate products and material at the end of each service life. So how is this all linked with the theme of this week, which is climate and biodiversity? In fact, increasing resource efficiency through slowing, closing, and narrowing material and energy loops is key to mitigating climate change. And today's efforts to combat climate change have focused mainly on the critical role of renewable energy and energy efficiency measures. However, meeting climate targets will also require tackling the remaining emissions associated with making products. So a circular economy offers a systemic and cost-effective approach to tackling the issue and would indeed help reduce the emissions. The main challenge is to improve resource efficiency and productivity and ensure that materials are used effectively at all stages of their life cycle and throughout the supply chain. On another note, and as you may know, climate change is affecting the habitat of several species, which must either adapt or migrate to areas with more favorable conditions. Even the smallest change in average temperature can have a significant effect upon ecosystem. And obviously, healthy ecosystems, and rich biodiversity are fundamental to life on our planet. So how are we at Dolsco doing our bit for the environment, and how do we contribute to the circular economy? We have indeed adopted the circular economy model focused on repurposing and recycling waste, which is with the aim of diverting it away from landfill and ensuring an optimal and sustainable use of our resources. And this is done through really different projects or initiatives we are championing. And it begins with our new material recovery facility, which you can see now, that we are about to officially launch, and which is a state-of-the-art plant designed to sort and segregate various commingled recyclable material. This facility has the capacity to segregate 240 tons of waste per day. It is semi-automated, and we are currently recovering 29 different waste streams out of the process. And this phase or stage is key to a sustainable waste management cycle and to the circular economy. So we want to recover as many waste streams as possible, repurpose them or recycle them through the right channel, and ensure they get another life. As the official waste management partner of Expo 2020, we will be diverting 85% of the waste away from landfill. Through different treatment technologies and some of the waste trashed at the Expo site will make its way back in a new form to the same site. And that's an exciting story for everyone. Our next project or facility is the slop and sludge treatment plant, which is the first private marine slop and sludge processing plant in the UAE following the MARPOL standards. It is a fully integrated plant that can handle 2,000 liters of material per hour and will produce fuel oil, blended fuel products, and irrigation quality water. In other initiatives implemented by Dolsco in Ajman and Al Quwain, which are two emirates within the UAE, this initiative is in collaboration with obviously ministries and local municipalities to recycle the concrete waste, and that's our construction and demolition recycling plant. The crushed concrete received from various construction sites across the country, obviously including the Expo site, is recycled into sub-base and aggregates, which can be used for building new roads and for infrastructure. And now you can see on the screen another facility we're about to launch, which is our paper pulp molding facility, where the paper and cards are recycled into new products such as egg trays, cup holders, multi-purpose food trays, etc. These products cater to some of the major sectors in the region, like healthcare, food, poultry, agriculture, and so much more. And these products are also primarily biodegradable and disposable without causing any environmental impact. This project obviously not only diverts waste from landfill, but also reduces plastic in the local supply chain. Another very interesting initiative done in partnership with local designers is our glass upcycling initiatives, which allows us to repurpose glass waste collected from various residential or commercial establishments into, as you can see, unique and useful products. This is facilitated through a third-party design facilities, and the products are fully customizable and often serve as a badge of honor to businesses, so that the ones that are eager to do their bits for the environment. And last but not least is the new old and reloved, an initiative by Dolsco's workshop, born out of love and care for our environment, giving waste a new life cycle. So from the scrapyard to the front yard, our products go through a transformation journey from simply being waste material to becoming modern hip furniture that everyone would love to own. So you can see the different initiatives and projects that helps us contribute to the circular economy. And with this, my session comes to an end. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much, Joel. Now I would like to introduce Dr. Joseph Steyer, an economist and energy specialist speaking today on behalf of our participant, Hungary.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, dear friends. I'm Dr. Joseph Steyer from Hungary, economist, energy expert, and agricultural engineer, and fan of Africa since I've spent almost half of my life on the continent. Let me announce that we will have no Q&A calls this time. However, I will encourage you to contact us, send us email. You can write us on the address you can find on the bottom. We will answer all questions. Perhaps the title of my speech will astonish you, will be a bit surprising, but it's absolutely relevant today. In global climate mitigation, progressive approach has become a must because we need to save the world. Global climate change is escalating and seemingly accelerating. The conditions are worsening, the living conditions in the developing countries, and also soil degradation, lack of water and rain, starvation, deforestation, and lack of wood, charcoal, food, and feedstock. These are the everyday challenges. Many solutions have been produced so far, but none reached a breakthrough result. We've understood that we must act differently, so that we've been thinking differently. At first, about CO2. Since CO2 has always been a natural fertilizer, and vegetation has profited from it, just maintained a climate balance and helped both the earth and humanity. By today, the situation has changed and desertification is gaining place. To stop this tendency, enormous work are required, both with geoengineering works and climate carbon farms. Carbon climate farms, which are essential with a large value chain and can initiate an immediate change in their neighborhood. Its key element is a bioengine, the famous emerald tree, which is a C4 type hybrid with 27 benefits, combined with our green technology. This special hybrid has a large temperature tolerance. It was selected and tested between -21 and +43, both in Morocco and Africa. It has a special capacity, fast growing, makes it possible to cut it in every 6 to 8 years and 3 to 4 cycles in its 42 to 30 years lifetime. It makes it possible also to protect autochthones with such a speed. Emerald will be present on the Hungarian Pavilion at the Expo in Dubai. And you are most welcome to come and see the presentation of a few months old tree, yet 2-3 meter high. And also you can test the ultralight piece of this emerald tree. Of course, the Hungarian pavilion is hosting a very important theme, the water and the water efficiency. And our technology is supporting this with the non-invasive tree, but a water-saving technology. Carbon farming, carbon climate farming is a very important solution because it's consuming a large quantity of CO2. It is consuming about 100 tons, while the autochthones usually are consuming only 13 tons per hectare per year. So this efficiency makes it possible to shrinken the CO2 level and contribute to the global climate mitigation with a progressive solution. The adaptation of our technology is possible to global programs like Great Green Walls or the Green Sahara. And if you combine it with Hungarian water technologies and with Hungarian knowledge, then practically, I think it will bring a very important solution, both for stopping climate change or just save the globe. I would like to recommend you to visit the Hungarian pavilion, meet us there, test the emerald tree, and please do not forget that you have a tool in your hands, the emerald tree, which is capable to help humanity to save the world. You are most welcome to our pavilion, the Hungarian pavilion. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Steyer. And now for our last presentation in the session. It is time for representatives of Guinea to take the floor. Please welcome Mamadou Salio Diallo and Aizatou Diallo.
Igen.
Már jönnek az üzenetek. Nice one, well done. Kintről, Expo részről. Nice one, well done.
Next. Végül is össze volt.
Do you hear me? Okay, I'm presenting an ecological view of Guinea. Next. Hello? Next. Hello? Yes, yes, but the click is okay. Can you pass next? The next slide. Hello. Okay. You know, Guinea is located in West Africa and covering 247,857 square kilometers. The Republic of Guinea is a gateway to the Atlantic Ocean. with a coastline of nearly 300 kilometers. The country borders with 6 other countries in West Africa, namely Guinea-Bissau, Senegal, Mali, Cote d'Ivoire, Liberia, and Sierra Leone. Next. Next. Guinea is a country with remarkable biodiversity because there is a lot of landscape. It's divided, in fact, into 4 distinct natural regions, including marine and coastal area, and we've known as Lower Guinea, in a mountainous region, a savanna region, and a forest region. Each of these natural regions has their own landscape features. Next. Next. You have the mangroves. In the coastal region, you know, most of the coastal region is covered by mangroves. Mangrove is that amphibious forest which make the transition between the sea and the continent on most tropical and on most intertropical coast. You have this situation. Sometimes it has been in Guinea here one of the most remarkable forests in the coastal region. The mangrove is a very important forest for Guinea. And in the Lower Guinea, the forest extends over the entire Atlantic coast with more than 300 kilometers in length. The mangrove area was estimated in 1965 at 350,000 hectares. It covers today about 180,000 hectares with an annual regression of 450 hectares of 4.2% per year. Next. We have also savannas. You know, savannas is one of the part of the region. This is what we call here in Guinea, the Upper Guinea. And the savanna is a very important part of the ecosystem in Guinea here. And there are these different savanna. We have the xerophycal savanna, we have the savanna of the plains, we have the Sudano-Guinean savanna, typical of Upper Guinea. We have the shrubby savanna. So after mangroves in the coastal area, we have savannas in the Upper Guinea. Next. We have also dry forests. You know, in the Putajalong Highlands, we have dry forests. It's one part of the country that we call the Putajalong Highlands, and you have the dry forest there. And we have also dense forests in the eastern part of Guinea, bordering with Liberia and Sierra Leone. We have a very dense forest, actually covering, you know, 13,000 square kilometers is the surface area of these forests, estimated at this time in 2020 at around 30,000 kilometers. 13,000 square kilometers. Next. The country abounds in several species for wild fauna. We are not going in detail on it, but we have very emblematic species like chimpanzees, the Guinean baboon, the elephants, the buffalo, the hippopotamus, the lion, panthers, and the derby elk. Another emblematic species is the viviparous toad on the Nimba Mountains, the only amphibian species in the world that does not lay eggs, but rather gives birth to a young after 9 months of gestation, as do humans. This is a very specific and emblematic species that is endemic to Guinea. You cannot find it anywhere in the world. But there are a lot of birds too. We have 750 species of birds, many of which migrates annually from Europe in October and go back to Europe in May each year. As for marine species, in addition to several species of fish, there are several species of dolphins, whales, sea turtles, rays, and manatees. Next. And for flora, we have a diversified flora in Guinea, which is endowed with, in fact, it includes thousands of species, several of which are endemic, as confirmed by scientists from several national and international research institutions, such as the National Herbarium of Guinea and Royal Botanical Garden Kew of Great Britain. Next. Land of thousand rivers. Yes, Guinea is known for its abundance of rivers. Buttered by thousands of rivers throughout the country, it is rightly considered the water tower of West Africa. The country is distinguished by this gift of nature that gives it varied and landscapes and relatively mild climate throughout the year. Some of these rivers that are today source of hydroelectric power go beyond the borders of the country, covering all 6 of Guinea's neighboring countries and beyond of the way to Niger and Nigeria. Guinea is also known as a geological standard country. In Guinea, if Guinea is a country of rich biodiversity, it is also a country endowed with significant mineral resources, especially bauxite and iron, the exploitation of which interests several multinational companies in partnership with the Guinean government. Guinea mineral wealth is so considerable that the country has been called a geological standard. However, the valuation of these minerals resources could, if we are not careful, negatively impacting the natural capital. Sorry. To avoid this, in fact, there is some consideration which has brought the government to set up a system of protection of the environment concerning several aspects. And in fact, what is put in place is, an evaluation system which helps in to consider that if we have, geological richness, we have to take care also of the impacts that may be produced if the exploitation is done. Next. Next. Okay, in 2019, Guinea accepted a national strategy for the compensation of impacts on biodiversity and ecosystems, which implies taking into account the mitigation hierarchy in all public and private sector policies, programs, and projects. It is thanks to the combo projects founded by the French Development Agency and the MAVA Foundation that this strategy was obtained. Beyond this strategy, Combo also supports Guinea in building environmental assessment capacity in order to better identify the development activities from project design to the exploitation, including that execution, so as to avoid possible net loss of biodiversity or irreversible degradation of natural hotspots habitats. Next. In addition to the legal framework, laws for the protection of the environment, the country has regulatory texts which subjects all major development projects must undertake an environmental and social impact study and require the implementation of an environmental and social management plan. Several mining companies operating in the bauxite sector, taking into account the environmental and social impacts of their activities, decided on May 22, 2018 to create a consultation platform called Bauxite Environment Network, Réseau Bauxite Environment, or REP. I think the next presentation will give you detail of the REP. Thank you for your attention.
Ok. Moi, je présenterai en français. Vous avez le REB, comme M. Diallo l'a annoncé. Le REB, c'est le réseau environnement bauxite qui regroupe 6 compagnies minières que vous voyez sur ce premier slide, et notamment la compagnie de bauxite de Guinée, Guinea Alumina Corporation, la société minière de bauxite de Guinée, Alliance Mining Commodity, et Bel Air Mining et Alliance Mining AMR. Donc, vous allez voir aussi, nous avons des partenaires qui sont représentés sur le premier slide avec des logos. Next. Next. Donc, vous allez voir le contenu un peu du programme de réseau environnement bauxite qui se trouve représenté sur ce second slide. Notamment, je vais vous parler un peu de l'historique de REB, qu'est-ce qui a fait qu'on a mis en place ce réseau, et quel est l'objectif que le réseau vise, et comment nous gérons un peu les programmes du REB, quelles sont nos perspectives. Next. Donc, pour la petite histoire, le réseau environnement bauxite est né dans le but de faire contribuer les compagnies minières qui évoluent dans la région de Bouquet. Donc, M. Diallo vous a présenté tout de suite. Ces compagnies ont l'ambition de faire de la Guinée le levier du développement économique et social. Donc, à la suite de ça, nous nous sommes dit qu'il faut se donner la synergie de gérer ensemble les impacts cumulatifs. Sur cette carte, vous allez voir les compagnies membres qui évoluent dans la même zone. Et nous nous sommes dit, sur ces 6 compagnies minières, il y en a d'autres qui évoluent, environ 14 actuellement dans la région de Bouquet. Et leur synergie, en fait, la biodiversité ne connaît pas les limites de concession minière. Les communautés ne connaissent pas les limites de concession minière. Donc, nous nous sommes dit qu'il faut qu'on se conjugue les mêmes efforts afin de gérer cette biodiversité et les impacts sur les communautés. Donc, c'est un peu le but de la mise en place de ce réseau. Next. Encore, oui. Sur ce slide, je vous présente un peu les différentes activités qui font pression sur la biodiversité dans la zone. Vous avez ici les 2 images qui représentent les activités de l'homme. Premièrement, vous avez l'agriculture qui est sur brûlure. Deuxièmement, vous avez les activités de l'élevage. Next. Next. Vous avez ici l'utilisation du bois de chauffe qui représentent les 2 images et l'exploitation minière, les 2 dernières images. Donc, l'ensemble de ces activités impactent actuellement la zone. Maintenant, en ce qui concerne le programme conjoint du REB, ici, nous évoluons à 2 niveaux. Premièrement, d'abord, nous avons le bureau qui a été mis en place à travers les points focaux délégués par chaque compagnie minière et un comité technique qui gère. Ensuite, nous développons aussi de partenariats avec les parties prenantes, notamment les services de l'État, les institutions nationales et internationales avec lesquelles nous développons les différents programmes du réseau. Next. Maintenant, l'objectif de ce réseau, c'est comment restaurer les services écosystémiques afin de contribuer au développement économique social. Et les activités se focalisent principalement sur les espèces en voie de disparition telles que le chimpanzé, telles que les espèces marines et ou bien le paysage qui est impacté un peu par les activités surbrûlées. Maintenant, pour arriver à cela, nous développons 4 grands programmes, notamment le programme de gestion paysage du paysage forestier avec les communautés locales, et ensuite, nous développons aussi la gestion des espèces marines, notamment leur habitat et les espèces en voie de disparition ou à distribution restreinte. Nous développons aussi le programme de gestion des déchets et des énergies renouvelables. Et enfin, nous développons tout ce qui est flux migratoire parce que les zones minières sont des zones d'attraction des communautés et il y a un afflux de la population, donc nous intégrons ça dans notre programme de gestion. Ces programmes de gestion vont nous permettre d'atteindre les objectifs présents, les résultats présentés ici. Le résultat 1, d'abord, c'est une planification de tout ce qui est activité communautaire à travers la restauration des services écosystémiques. Nous allons aussi, le résultat 2 va contribuer à la réduction de coûts des investissements de projets miniers par des cofinancements, parce que ce que nous avons constaté, les activités minières, chaque projet minier est en train de développer de côté un programme de gestion de la biodiversité et des communautés. Maintenant, nous nous donnons la même parce que nous partageons les mêmes communautés et la même biodiversité afin de les gérer ensemble. Le résultat 3, c'est harmoniser la méthodologie de travail. Cette harmonisation permet ici d'aller dans des résultats positifs. Maintenant, le REB travaille avec le projet Combo. Le projet Combo, comme M. Diallo l'a déjà présenté, il a supporté le REB depuis sa création jusqu'à la mise en œuvre. Maintenant, dans cette synergie, nous travaillons dans le sens de développement de l'hiérarchie de mitigation. L'hiérarchie de mitigation qui est la norme, celle de la Société financière internationale dans le cadre de la gestion de la biodiversité. Donc, l'activité minière, elle fait des empreintes, c'est-à-dire des impacts sur le terrain. Et à la suite de ces impacts, nous appliquons des hiérarchies afin d'atteindre un gain net sur la biodiversité. Donc, c'est un peu l'approche avec laquelle nous avons partagé avec le projet Combo dans sa première phase. Maintenant, ce qui concerne la seconde phase, nous sommes en discussion pour pouvoir développer ensemble tout ce Combo 2 avec la mise en place du projet paysage afin qu'on arrive à gérer ensemble les impacts des activités minières sur les communautés, c'est-à-dire la conservation. C'est le prochain projet que nous allons développer avec ce projet Combo. Et notez que le projet de gestion de paysage forestier est un modèle qui a réussi déjà au niveau du Madagascar, que nous cherchons à implémenter dans la zone de Bouquet où il y a environ 14 compagnies minières qui sont en train d'évoluer. Donc, c'est sur ce, je vais devoir vous remercier. Voici un peu les activités du REB. Et le REB est ouvert au niveau international pour pouvoir faire de synergie pour amener à la conservation de la biodiversité dans la région de Bouquet, en particulier et en général au niveau de la Guinée. Je vous remercie. Merci. Donc, c'est...
Thank you, Mamadou and Aizatu, and all our speakers so far today. It is truly exciting to see such a broad range of efforts and initiatives from all around the world impacting on all walks and forms of life. Ladies and gentlemen, it is now time to take a short break, and we will return at 2 p.m. UAE time for the start of our next session. See you then. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. To start our next session, we are honored to welcome Dominique Jeremy, Director General of the Zoological Society of London.
This world, with its incredible biodiversity and so many wonders of nature, is in our hands, but we are letting it slip between our fingers. The Zoological Society of London's Living Planet Index shows that in the last 40 or so years, the populations of wildlife around the world have reduced by over 2/3. That is horrendous. That is a devastation of wildlife on an industrial scale. And the cause of all that? You and I. It's human-caused land use change, it's human-caused climate change, and it's the exploitation of wildlife. For example, the illegal wildlife trade. But it is also in our hands to do something about this, to change this for the better, and we can only do so if we try to do that together. Expo 2021 is a moment and a place where the world comes together, as governments, as businesses, and above all, as people. And together we can make a difference by the choices we make, by the products we buy, by the policies that we put in place. And that is why ZSL is so pleased to be partnering with Expo 21 and with DP World to come together for Biodiversity and Climate Change Week. At ZSL, we are passionate about working for a world where wildlife thrives, and we are proud of the work that we do to conserve species. Some of the largest species on the world, like rhinos in Nepal, some of the rarest, like mountain chicken frogs in the Caribbean, and some of the most mysterious, like eels in British rivers, where we know so little about their life cycle. And that's why working with organisations like DP World that can have such an enormous impact on ocean restoration and on combating the illegal wildlife trade is something that we want to do through Expo 2021 in order to achieve change at scale. Together, we can influence minds, we can catalyse change, we can stimulate conservation for wildlife. The COVID-19 pandemic has brought home to us all that humanity's relationship with nature is completely out of kilter. We believe there is an opportunity now to reflect on that, to pause and to decide how we are going to take action together in order to bring about change. That is an exciting journey of recovery and restoration, and I hope you will join us on that journey so that we can achieve change together.
Thank you, Dominique. I am now delighted to welcome again my colleague Dina Story, Head of Sustainability at Expo 2020 Dubai, who will be joined by Kate Willoughby from our partner DP World and Andrew Terry of the Zoological Society of London to discuss their work together and the Conservation for Hope programmatic series that will take place during event time. Dina, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Aisha. Thank you for the introduction. I'd like to welcome Kate and Andrew to the stage. Welcome, Kate. Welcome, Andrew. It's a pleasure to have you with us today to discuss this exciting program and to be able to talk to you more about the work that you're doing and also how we can collaborate together. Kate, can you please tell us a little bit more about yourself and about the work that you're doing with DP World?
Yes, absolutely. Thank you, Dina, and hello to our global audience. As Dina said, I'm Kate Willoughby. I'm Head of Group Sustainability and Impact at DP World. Those of you that don't know, DP World is a global logistics company. We enable the flow of trade across the globe, and we're delighted to be both a premier partner for Expo 2020 and also be partnering on this Climate Change Week. So we have a range of products and services from maritime and inland terminals to industrial parks and technology-driven solutions for our customers. And we have a global network of 129 business units around 55 countries and with employees of over 56,000 people around the world. And wherever we operate across these 55 countries, we're really committed to sustainability and being a good corporate citizen. And it was in 2015 that we really solidified our commitment to sustainability, and we developed Our World, Our Future, which is the name of our sustainability strategy. And actually, it was at the same time in 2015 when we first really became involved with wildlife conservation. We became a member of the United for Wildlife Transport Task Force, and this was set up by His Royal Highness the Duke of Cambridge to bring the private sector together to really look at how we could end illegal wildlife trafficking. So that's kind of our background to who we are and how we became engaged in wildlife conservation.
Thank you, Kate. That's really very interesting, and I'd love to hear more about Our World, Our Future as we move through the panel. Andrew, a little bit more about ZSL and the work that you're doing. Thank you.
Sure thing. Well, good afternoon, everybody, and thank you very much for this opportunity to come and speak to you. I think it's a fantastic chance and a really the beginning of a really exciting journey ahead. My name is Andrew Terry. I'm the Director of Conservation and Policy for the Zoological Society of London. ZSL is a 200-year-old institution. We were originally founded as a learned society in the great age of knowledge and exploration for the study of zoology. And we created the first scientific zoo in the world, London Zoo. And since then, we've really kept true to our commitment to the advancement of science for the better understanding of wildlife. And we really focus on putting that knowledge into action for conservation. And that means we will be on the leading edge of developments in new technologies like eDNA or satellite-based remote sensing for forest mapping. But it also means developing new approaches about how we support communities at a grassroots level, how we reach out to our visitors, how we support the care for our animals. We have three major priorities that we are organizing our work around, and that is a focus on wildlife health, which is particularly important as we are all now coming through the COVID-19 pandemic. The relationship between people and wildlife, if we are to try and see a sustainable future for wildlife, we have to really work on the relationship between people and the wildlife that we share this planet with. And then finally, we focus on how we can restore wildlife back from the brink of extinction, because we also know that many, many species are going to go extinct unless we intervene and act now. So those are our three major global priorities. And within ZSL, we have three sort of structures that help us do that. We have our Institute of Zoology, which is a research body at the forefront of academic excellence and has a very large global sort of partnership base. We have our two zoos based in the UK, where we are home to over 22,000 animals, and we welcome 1.5 million visitors each year. And that's our opportunity to really engage with our community to have that debate around the value of nature. And finally, we have our conservation programs around the world, where we're putting that science and expertise into practice on the ground. And we're working with governments, communities, other non-governmental organizations to really save wildlife and restore primary areas in high biodiversity regions of the world. That's sort of how, as ZSL, how we're set up.
Thank you, Andrew. That is actually really in line with everything that we do at Expo as well. From our biodiversity biodiversity requirements, as I said before, we focus on biodiversity, but I think it's all connected when you come to the site and you see that the site is based, all of the plants on site are native and adaptive. And so we tend to attract more animals and more different insects on site, and the way we deal with them and the protection of what we have on our tiny little site. You mentioned 22,000 animals that you have in your zoo, and that's absolutely astounding. And I've been to the London Zoo and I've seen the work that you've done, and so congratulations. This leads me to my next question. Living in balance means the harmony between conservation of our natural resources, the thriving ecosystem, and economic development. And I think sometimes that is not seen as a unified concept. As we move beyond the COVID crisis, how do you think we can create this balance and at the same time drive economic growth? And I will send it over to you, Kate, to answer that question. And then after that, maybe Andrew can answer from that perspective as well. Go ahead, Kate.
Great, thank you. Thank you, Dina. I mean, I think this is a great question for DP World, for our business. You know, as a global trade enabler, we really believe in the opportunity that trade brings for economic prosperity. And we know that, you know, countries that trade internationally, you know, tend to grow faster, lift people out of poverty. But, you know, growth is not without consequence, obviously. And I think that, you know, we're very aware and cognizant of the increasing scale needed for global logistics, from energy use to all sorts of challenges around the global supply chain, like human rights. But, you know, I think what's exciting is that, you know, us as a company, you know, we're really committed to addressing that challenge of balancing growth with preserving our natural environment. And that's why we, you know, through Our World, Our Future, it's kind of split out into two components. So Our World really looks at how we run our business responsibly across all sorts of areas around security to well-being of our people, through to climate change and community engagement. And then Our World is Our Future is really looking about the legacy that we want to leave through our business. So our legacy focuses on three areas: women, education, and oceans. And we're really, in those three areas, are committed to building a legacy over the next 10 years, very much in line with the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. And if I just touch a bit more kind of on the ocean side of that, you know, we're really committed to ocean restoration, and really excited as well to align this with the next UN Decade of Restoration. As a global business that's very much on the waterfront wherever we operate, we have great opportunity to restore the oceans. So kind of one of our big hero projects that we're looking to focus on in the coming years, and excited to do this in partnership with ZSL, is around ocean restoration. We are, as I said, we're a global business, but we're really excited to bring in kind of the expertise from ZSL with their such strong scientific background to really look at the difference we can make in communities. And with these mangroves projects, we're really excited by the opportunity with these blue carbon programs, where, you know, we know that mangroves can sequester carbon and really support our climate change strategy, and at the same time kind of build resilience for local communities against sea level rise. So wherever possible, we're trying to match kind of our business operations with our community engagement, and you know, help both business and the local communities and the local environment prosper.
Thank you, Kate. I think that's really amazing. You talk about the mangroves. Tomorrow during our World Majlis, there's going to be a session about mangroves, and mangroves actually sequester more carbon than just regular trees, which I think is really, really interesting. And so, especially in this part of the world, and especially when you can have the mangrove growth, and we see that in Abu Dhabi as well. Andrew, the question is now to you. How do you think that balance will work?
Yeah, I think. Thank you. I think it is a really important question. And you know, just touching on mangroves quickly. Mangroves obviously fabulous for flood defense, for carbon sequesters, so really important habitats for wildlife. And I think it's, you know, everything in the right place. So when we think about restoration, we need to think about the right habitats in the right place for the wildlife communities in those areas. But where we're able to find solutions that are driving up economic opportunities, they're enabling wildlife to recover, that is where we're going to really focus in the future. I think when it comes to sort of economic recovery, you know, it's important to kind of just reflect on where we are right now. I mean, the COVID pandemic was caused by our intrusion into the natural world and the sort of spillover, what we call a zoonotic spillover, diseases leaving the animal side and coming into humanity. And we know that this is actually the leading cause of new infectious diseases around the world now. And so it's really as a direct result of human interaction and use of the natural world that we are where we are right now. And we have to sit that alongside the wildfires and the floods we're experiencing around the world to see that the planet's telling us something. And it's telling us that we have to change our practices around the world. And I think where it comes to economic recovery, we need to focus on recovery that really builds in opportunities to focus on restoration and also a reduction in consumption, because at the end of the day, we're going to get very good at technological solutions. And history shows us that as we've looked at resources being depleted, we've used technology to help us find new resources. And then suddenly a whole new world is opened up to us. But consumption has continued. And I think I would really urge that as we think about what recovery looks like, particularly from an economic sense, we look at ways in which we can reduce consumption first, and then look at how we can bake restoration opportunities into future job creation, for example. So within the UK at the moment, we're looking at how we can provide job stimulus packages that include recovery options, whether that's tree planting, habitat management, education, engagement, whatever, that include opportunities to restore nature's balance into our economic recovery. I think where we can drive up technological solutions that can be invested through industry into waste removal, and obviously greener technologies that are going to take carbon out of the environment. These are areas where our political and economic leaders have real opportunities to set a direction of recovery that is actually going to have a very meaningful impact, not only on the well-being of people and prosperity, but also the well-being on the planet. And that has to be a priority for us.
And I agree with you. I think we see that very much in the State of the Green Economy report that just came out from the UAE, and the focus on such economic recovery, and that beyond COVID, it's all about growing the green economy and actually training young people to be part of the solution. And when it comes to reducing consumption, but also utilizing things like the circular economy concepts that are coming up. And it's a whole new science of circular economy that not only reduces the amount of waste that we're spewing into landfills and oceans and so on and so forth, but utilizes it as an economic, that has an economic value. Waste is no longer considered waste. It has an economic value, and thus goes back towards building that green economy in the future. And that brings me to my next question, and I think you touched upon that, Kate, when we talk about the role of the private sector in this. And I think the private sector has a big role to play. It's not just the UN or the NGOs and the nonprofits. It's the private sector that also comes to the table. And maybe you can elaborate a little bit more on that, please.
Yes, absolutely. So, you know, I think the private sector is absolutely crucial and vital for biodiversity conservation. But I'll always say that we are not experts in that area. We are experts in global trade and global logistics. And so that's why, you know, partnership is so important to us as an organization. We're so delighted to be working with ZSL and Expo, because it really is through collaboration that we can achieve so much. We have a vast global footprint, and when Andrew and I have been speaking, they have this global remit too, and I think what together we can do is bring our expertise together, their scientific background and our kind of global reach and global commitment, our commitment to trying new ideas, and make an impact in countries where it's really needed. And so partnership kind of, we're so committed as well to the kind of the Sustainable Development Goals, and really buy into their partnership for the goals ethos. So that's primary for us. And then just as a business, all businesses have the role to minimize their negative impacts and maximize their positive. And I really hope that through partnerships that we can really achieve that. One of the things that again Andrew and I spoke about was biodiversity data and how that could be used for driving decision making of companies. So this is something we want to explore together and really utilize going forward.
I agree. I mean, and from an Expo perspective, I think what we provide is a platform for this kind of collaboration at a global scale. I mean, we have over 190 countries coming together. We have different private sector companies, as well as NGOs, as well as the capability to bring everybody together for this greater good. And I think HE Her Excellency touched upon this at the beginning when she spoke about this. The time to act is now, and this is what we're seeing. My question is, I had read somewhere about that a tree is worth more dead than alive, because when you cut down a tree, you use the timber, so on and so forth, you make pencils out of a tree, paper, wood. And I think that in an economic dynamic has to change. And I wanted to understand your thoughts about that. And I think, Andrew, if you can elaborate more on that, because I think that's some of the discussions that I've read through the reports coming out of the UK, is having an economic value, adding an economic value or a value to nature, and the opportunity cost of nature that needs to be realized for us to kind of level the playing field. And maybe you can talk more about that.
Sure. So you're asking a biologist to talk about economics. This is
I know,
dangerous
but
territory.
the thing is, it is an absolutely important point. We have to add value to nature in order to protect it, and that's why
you're absolutely right.
Put this question out.
Yeah, no, you're absolutely right, and I think this has always been a major debate within conservation, particularly around the sort of intrinsic value of nature versus a more economic view that if we think about natural capital assessments, which in the UK is starting to become a real focus for how we look at the environment, it's a certain clinical view and of seeing nature as an asset. And if anyone has the opportunity to have a look at the various reports coming through a process called the Dasgupta process in the UK, which is trying to understand the economics of biodiversity and to integrate biodiversity into our current sort of economic thinking to help decision making, they call the state of managing biodiversity an asset management problem, because essentially we have these assets that we don't price correctly. So if we think about capitalism being driven by markets and free markets, we are very good at pricing in, as you say, the cost of the pencils, the production of the pencils, the shipping of the pencils, and the selling of the pencils. But we're very bad at understanding what is the true cost of removing the resource, what is the cost of the pollution involved in creation of those pencils, and what is the impact of that on our health that we will be paying for through public services. We are very bad at factoring those in. So the markets are all distorted, prices are distorted. And so the price we pay for something is actually not the true cost. And until we're able to really factor that in, we are never really going to properly value nature. And we recognize that that is what has to happen. And I think we're seeing some really powerful shifts in the UK at the moment to think about nature differently and think about nature and how we manage our land and our resources away from production of goods to actually services that nature provides us, that if we were having to provide it in another way, so thinking about clean water, flood protection, clean air, would be horrifically expensive to provide, and nature does it for us. And so shifting how we think about how we support communities and farmers and land managers, we now are starting to think about how we support them to provide services and how we can price those services appropriately. So when we think about costs at the other end, we're getting a far more balanced equation. And I think this is where, you know, we see a big shift in the economics of nature, and that's going to be absolutely fundamental, I think, going forward. So that's all well and good. It's happening from a sort of an academic standpoint, if you will, and from a theoretical standpoint. I think the next big step is getting an agreement around some of these models and ways of thinking, and then really seeing the pioneers start using them. And those pioneers are going to be companies, but they're also going to be countries. And we're going to have to see countries starting to track their national performance differently. I think one of the most distorting indicators in the world is GDP. It's such a limited view of performance at a country level, particularly when we're thinking about the sort of health and wealth and well-being of communities and our natural environment in countries. Because, you know, we are a globalized economy, and it's, you know, incredible that we're having this, the conversation and the partnership with a company like DP World as a global logistics provider. We're such a globalized economy that the choices we make within an economy in one country clearly have major impacts in many other parts of the world. And so we have to really think about that in depth when we're deciding on you know, how we manage our economies in the future. But we're really going to need those pioneers to show us how tools can be used differently to factor nature in right from the beginning.
And I think, just to add to that, I think DP World is on starting to do that with their Our Nature, Our Nature, Our Future. Sorry, Our World, Our Future. I don't want to mix that up. And I think that the fact that you are in this partnership and the fact that we are all here is actually the beginning of something that will be transformative to actually give that value to nature. And I'm hoping that within the next year and during Expo, we can come up with some good actionable items that we can push out to the world. Kate, I'm going to ask you that question about the economic value of nature, even though I kind of answered it, but I'm going to ask you the question of how you see the future going from a DP World perspective towards that valuation.
Yeah, I mean, I remember I think it was back in 2011 when Puma, you know, the shoe sportswear company, I think they were the first company to do the profit and loss environment statement. And it was so exciting at the time. And I thought, you know, everyone would be adopting it. And I thought it would, you know, really get traction. But it's 9 years later and we haven't seen many more companies do those profit and loss for the environment. So I think there's, you know, huge opportunity for, you know, companies and government to really ramp up on this area. And I think there's also an urgent need as well to do it. So, you know, for us, we always say we're on a journey. You know, we've been committed to sustainability for a long time now, but we're not perfect at it, and I don't believe anyone is. And so we're always committed to learning, always committed to these partnerships and seeking out the best partners, which we think we've done with ZSL and Expo to really address these challenges. And we're excited to do so in the coming year and hopefully, show something tangible at Expo 2020 come October next year.
I think we will. I think this is a very exciting partnership, and I think what will come out of it is even more conservation and shining the light on such topics and more. I mean, I think we as a collaboration can bring a voice to future generations. But also I think there's a lot of young people who will be visiting the Expo, and they have a lot that they can gain out of all of this. I mean, bringing a biologist and talking about conservation from not just conserving the wildlife, but conserving the habitats where the wildlife live, I think is going to change or transform the way these kids or these young people are coming in. Also, I think, as you said, data and technology, I think bringing in the capabilities to gather data, to utilize technology for the greater good is something that Expo has been working towards and is very good at. So I just have one more question for you, and it's a question that says, this is Expo, you have the world in front of you. What would be how can you utilize this world stage to bring about change? Kate.
Yeah, great. So we have a pavilion at the Expo, and we're really excited about that. We did a visit there on Sunday, actually, in full PPE kit, and it's a phenomenal building, and we have so much opportunity to engage the audience coming through there. We pre-COVID had a plan for a global challenge to engage young people globally, and it was a culmination of it was a program to engage a global audience, culminating in a visit to our pavilion. And we're still reassessing, and we're really hoping that we can still do that program and making it a global education challenge around trade and logistics, but also this aspect of protecting wildlife. So we're hopeful we can still do that, and we can bring the kind of the global conversation as well to our pavilion. It's a five-story building, and throughout it you'll hear kind of about global trade, but we'll also be integrating the themes of Expo 2020. So we'll talk about opportunity, mobility, and we have a whole lab which we're dedicating to sustainability. So we can do some really engaging and interactive sessions and activities with both the general public, but also students. So we're also working very closely with the Expo team on our student schools program. And we hope, again, to welcome 1,800 students a day to our pavilion and really engage them in this conversation, because I think we've spoken throughout this panel session about young people and engaging them, and absolutely that's a key part of our strategy as well. We've redone our education strategy this year. And a key part of that is, teaching kind of digital skills and not forgetting the soft skills, but really pulling in the conservation aspect as well. So again, we hope to use just our pavilion, our premier partnership, and our global footprint to pull in both our global audience, but also school children from around the world to really get excited about Expo, global trade, and the possibilities to conserve the environment.
It's amazing. Andrew, you have the global stage. What's your wish?
Well, I tend to start getting very ambitious, but I mean, I think, first of all, I think the fact that we've called this, and the Expo organizers called this sort of conservation for hope, I think it's a fantastic headline, because I'm a real believer in hope and optimism. I think, it's through considering how we really excite and inspire people with a sense of hope and optimism that we actually bring people together against this kind of common enemy, if you will, which is the sort of destruction of our planet. And so we can really galvanize people to inspire them for action. And that's something that I see as one of the key potential outputs for Expo. And we've put this real emphasis on youth, and I think it's absolutely brilliant, in the DP World Pavilion and across the site, that we can be engaging so many young people. And, our minds were just going a bit crazy about how we can bring to life sort of the data and knowledge around wildlife to inspire people, to show them how animal populations are moving around the planet, responding to change, from the micro to the macro movements of whales and sharks across oceans, seabirds up and down the planet. You know, we've got this wonderful opportunity to bring it to life and really inspire people to act. And so we've got that opportunity there. I think I also really want to start striking up some unlikely partnerships. You know, we talked earlier on about the ability of the private sector to act for biodiversity and how important that is. You know, there are some fundamental differences in the way that private sector actors think about things, how they innovate, how they can drive change really, really quickly in a way that others in the NGO community can struggle with. And so it's going to come through some of these partnerships, these unlikely partnerships, that we're going to see real change happen and some really inspirational things taking place. And so the more we can provide a forum for these partnerships to be formed, the better. And equally, you know, thinking about, you know, over 200 sort of countries and international partners involved in Expo, we have this wonderful opportunity to draw on the real pioneers from around the world to tell their stories, to show that it's actually possible, and to provide role models for others to emulate. And I think a really important point is that another factor that comes out strongly in the theming of Expo is actually a local to global theme. So we've talked a little bit about global leaders, country leaders, but actually we've got to give the voice to communities and cultures who are incredible stewards of natural spaces and biodiversity. And how we connect the local communities to global systems is also going to be a key component of this. And there are some wonderful examples out there that help communities thrive, help them develop, help them manage natural resources, help them reduce impacts. So let's see how we can really scale those. So I want to be really ambitious. And I think Kate, right at the beginning, talked about the UN decades. We're actually entering the UN decade of ecosystem restoration and the UN decade of ocean science and sustainable development. And these two, almost as if by magic, have been sort of a perfect frames for the relationship between Expo ourselves and DP World, because not only do we want to try and halt some of the losses that we face, but we really want to strike out and talk about what active restoration looks like, how that fits within business models, and how we can actually work together to see it tangibly happening on the ground. And so one of the big discussions through Expo and out the other side will be, what is the legacy of this approach? What projects can we put in place that will really see restoration take off in the next decade? And that's something I'm really excited to see how we can stimulate that.
Amazing. Thank you so much for this. So just to put everything together, collaboration, legacy, and impact. Those are the three things that have resonated throughout all of this. And what better place to bring them than Expo, because that is what we do. I'll give you one example. We don't use any herbicides or pesticides on any of the site. And so what was happening is we keep getting different insects and animals and bees and the spiny tail lizards, which are on the endangered species list on the site. And it's because there's a harmony on the site of this balance of nature. And, you know, it's no coincidence that we keep getting these animals and different species on site. So this is the perfect place to host this. This is the perfect place to bring everybody together, as you all said. And I think those are the three words that really define this partnership. And I cannot wait for us to continue the conversation. And I cannot wait for us to come together and really show how we can make an impact during Expo. I thank you all for your time. Are there any parting words from Kate?
No, just to say that we're equally excited, and I'd say one more word to that, which is ambition. Like, absolutely, we're ambitious. Ambition. Yeah, we're really
absolutely
let's go big impact. But thank you,
Andrew. You're welcome.
It's a real honor to be part of this partnership, and you know, as I said at the beginning, we're at the very start of this journey. We've got a year to really think through and plan events, and I'm just very, very excited to see what's ahead. So thank you.
Amazing. Thank you so much both for your time. Thanks to our audience for tuning in, and hopefully we will see you again soon. Thank you.
Thank you, Dina, and thank you to our panelists for taking us through a really important initiative, and one that I hope will make a real difference to the way we act and to our understanding of our impact upon the natural world. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take another short break now, and we will return at 4 p.m. UAE time for our next panel session. See you then.
In the past, we understand that we've been damaging our environment. Tamil Resources Conservation Trust started way back in 2011 when we brought in a lot of people to help us to tackle our climate change efforts.
If we succeed all the projects that we've been working for, when we come here we have enough to consume. We maintain our own resources and teach it to our children and then live in a better environment, clean environment.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. I would like at this moment to welcome our penultimate panel session of the day, which will be hosted by my colleague Hind El Awais. Hind, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Aisha. Thank you, Aisha. Excellencies, distinguished speakers, and distinguished guests, welcome to Conversations with Expo's Women Pavilion. Today, our discussion is focusing on women as agents of change in biodiversity and climate action. Thank you for dedicating your time to join us. My name is Hind El Awais. I'm the Vice President of Participant Management for Expo 2020 Dubai and lead on the gender stream, and I have the honor to be your moderator today. Allow me first to introduce our speakers. Her Excellency Razan Al Mubarak, Managing Director of Mohammed bin Zayed Species Conservation Fund. Welcome, Razan. His Excellency Marcel Boekeboom, Climate Envoy for the Kingdom of the Netherlands. Thank you for joining us. Dr. Teresa Mundita S. Lim, the Executive Director of ASEAN Biodiversity Center. Thank you for being with us today. Mrs. Rita Zarloul, the Executive Director of the High Ambition Coalition for Nature and People of the Ministry of Environment and Energy of Costa Rica. Welcome.
Thank you.
Dr. Gladys Knight, Dr. Gladys Kalema, Ugandan environmentalist and veterinarian and founder of Conservation Through Public Health. We are so glad to have you with us. And last but not least, Ms. Faye Kassem, Economic Development Director at Mulilo Renewable Energy in South Africa.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you for being here. We are so honored to have such outstanding speakers with us today, leading on climate change action and the prevention of biodiversity loss. We're here to discuss with you some of the priority issues under these two very important, interlinked, but also separate tracks, and we want to do so from a gender lens. After the panel has concluded, we will allocate around 10 minutes for an open Q&A session, allowing you to put forward your questions and interests. Before we begin our meeting, I want to share with you and our viewers Expo's vision on the issue of women's equality and empowerment. Our leadership has dedicated itself to ensuring that this agenda is centrally addressed in everything we do at Expo, by having a dedicated pavilion, as well as mainstreaming the issue of women's empowerment across every thematic week that we will host. The Women's Pavilion, curated by Expo 2020 Dubai in collaboration with Cartier, is under the title of New Perspectives. And we invite our visitors to walk away with a firm realization that when women thrive, all of humanity thrives. The Women's Pavilion at Expo 2020 highlights that the only way to peace, prosperity, and sustainability is through the full and equal participation of women. So, without further ado, I'd like to begin our panel discussion and welcome all our panelists again. I'm going to start with Your Excellency Marcel Boekeboom. I want you to set the scene for us and our viewers. And my main question to you is, do you think we are at a point where we as an international community have gotten on the same page and have developed the same understanding with regards to climate change having a differentiated impact on women and men? And if so, what do we do with this understanding and consensus around it? With, we have talked about this, with the understanding that having a seat on the table is long overdue and we need to push beyond that. Your thoughts, please.
Thank you, Hind, and thank you for inviting me. And I think that the short answer to your question is no. And this panel is therefore very timely. And I thank you for putting this on the agenda today. I first of all observe that there's no real gender balance on this panel. And I don't blame anyone for that. I'm not complaining about it. How often have I not been on nearly full panels? You know the term, you know the acronym. So this makes up for the broader imbalance there. I just hope this is not the case because this is a gender panel, that it is only women talking about gender. And that is, I think, a serious issue that we should take into account. And I hope the other panels during this event, but also in broader terms, seats at the table will indeed be occupied by women. And that is maybe the broader answer to your question. Let me just try to answer the other question that you just posed on setting the scene and painting a bit of a broader picture. We of course know that climate change is negatively affecting economies, economic development, and patterns of human migration on a daily basis. We are looking climate change into the face, but unfortunately, not everyone will be affected by these changes and challenges, but not equally. Women are disproportionately suffering the impacts of these disasters, severe weather events, and climate change and biodiversity loss, just because of different cultural norms and the inequitable distribution of roles, resources, and power, especially in developing countries. Although we should not limit this observation to developing countries, this is, I think, a whole phenomenon. The inequality persists, and that, where we know at the same time that empowering women to participate as equals in climate change mitigation, adaptation, and biodiversity conservation will have great positive impacts. Let me, to illustrate that, mention the project Drawdown. I don't know whether everyone is familiar with that project. The project Drawdown ranks climate solution based on their effectiveness, and it's a top 100. And number 6 on that list in terms of effectiveness, educating girls. Number 7 on that list, family planning. Those solutions are way ahead of most energy-related solutions. So we know that also from a climate perspective, we have to invest in gender, in women, in young girls, because of its broad effects, of its severe effects on emission reductions. But of course, and you see my background for this talk, of course, across all the SDGs, women equality, female equality is paying off so many more dividends. I'm just addressing it today through the climate lens, as you invited me to do. From Drawdown to my other world, the UNFCCC climate negotiations. Maybe that's a little bit back from implementation, back to the drawing board. But I'm happy to say that within the world of the UNFCCC, several important steps have been made over the past couple of years to integrate gender. Just at last COP in Madrid, a gender action plan was concluded. But I did make my remark on implementation and the drawing board. Its implementation is still in the works, and we cannot let loose our attention, and we cannot weaken our response here. We have to be vigilant on implementing these plans. Just having a plan is not enough, and I think this goes across the whole climate agenda. But just given what I said on Drawdown, most specifically on gender and on equality. A few more examples, concrete examples, the NDC partnership, and I'm sure the colleague from Costa Rica will say something about that as well. Within the NDC partnership, the Netherlands and Costa Rica have made gender and women a priority in supporting countries to step up their climate plans and to have more climate ambition. And we try to do so across the board in budgets, programming, policies, just to address gender inequalities right from the outset, because we believe this has a severe positive impact on the overall outcome. And we will keep on doing that. A little example from the Netherlands, just to say something about why we try to prioritize the gender and gender equality in our own policies. First of all, I do have a colleague who calls herself the Women's Rights and Gender Equality Ambassador. And why would a country have a thematic ambassador? Just because we think the highest attention is needed for a thematic priority, and that is the case for women's rights and gender equality. And with her help, we try to promote gender equality and the empowerment of women and girls all across our foreign trade and development cooperation programs, mainstreaming it in programming, blending instruments, and in a strategic alliance called the Global Green and Gender Action Program. And I think that we are partnering with Uganda on that one as well. Maybe to wrap up, and with these few short examples, I hope I have illustrated that the nexus between climate and gender is obvious. Climate change impacts people differently around the world, depending on many factors, such as economic status, dependence on natural resources, ethnicity, and indeed gender. And without real preventive measures, climate change may worsen and deepen existing inequalities between North and South, between the poor and the rich, and between genders. And we cannot afford to miss the potential contribution of female and women to find solution for the broad array of challenges that we face in climate change. So I'm happy to discuss that with you here, but I think we also have a task upon us to inspire others, not in the climate change silo or negotiation bubble, nor in the gender field specifically. This is something that needs to be addressed across all thematic and policy silos, if I may use that term again, or again, looking behind me, across all the SDGs, because this is a cross-cutting issue that should not be mainstreamed away, but put on top of the agenda of everything we do, man or female at the table. Thank you, Hint.
Yeah. Thank you, Your Excellency. Thank you for these very important remarks. And if I wish we had more time to really engage with you, but what you have mentioned, certainly there are so many points that deserve to be unpacked and elaborated on, whether it is from your presence on this panel. I do think that it is the responsibility of not only women speaking to each other on gender issues, but we do need men to be alongside us in this discussion, to also engage and share their views, because this is about the equality of humanity. The other thing is creating an understanding is fundamental. Creating an understanding on how this issue impacts women differently, I think, forms as the basis for this discussion. And I know that in my conversations with many of you, we touched upon it. But let me move on to, you mentioned Costa Rica. And you mentioned the joint work you are doing. I know Costa Rica is very active in the UNFCCC discussions. I know that Costa Rica has an impressive vision and goal to become a zero carbon country by 2050. And so my question to Rita is, how do you make sure that as you roll out this vision and strategy, not only are you thinking about the needs and the needs of women, which are differentiated, which are different, but also looking at them as solution makers, and realizing that, you know, women's participation in this strategy can actually make it so much more powerful. So, Rita, please share with us your country's perspective.
Thank you, Hind. Thank you for having me, and I'm very pleased to be at this panel sharing with such distinguished panelists. As you said, Costa Rica has committed to achieve the goal to be a country with net zero emissions by 2050. And this commitment means transforming the development model to a sustainable one, and improving the country's competitiveness and the quality of life of people. And although we have been trying to make a lot of efforts and implementing gender just policies, we have a long way to go still. And as you say, we must include women to be not only part of this strategy, but as the solution of this strategy. So the National Decarbonization Plan aims to ensure to strengthening the principle of inclusion, respect for human rights, and promotion of gender equality. What the plan makes is that it identifies 10 axes, of which it also identifies 8 cross-cutting strategies. And one of these 8 cross-cutting strategies is precisely including gender equality. And as was mentioned by Ambassador Marcel, having a plan is not enough. We must really try to make sure that this plan is being put forward and that we are taking all the sufficient measures to move forward. And for this, within the implementation plan of decarbonization, we have set out 3, and I will be specifically talking about 3 main elements and concrete actions that Costa Rica is working on to ensure gender equality is being achieved. The first one is through the promotion of representativeness and gender parity in the current governance structures. And this includes participation of women in the decision-making process around adaptation and mitigation, the gender-sensitive policies, capacity building within policymaking institutions, as well as promoting gender equality in the workplace. The second one, and this I think it's very important, is to make sure that there is an interinstitutional and interministerial approach, and to work in mainstreaming the promotion of gender equality throughout the different ministries and institutions of the country. And in this sense, since this this panel is includes also the biodiversity aspect, and as we were mentioning before, biodiversity and climate are part of the same coin, different sides. In this year, in May, in Costa Rica, it was launched the initiatives Más Mujeres, Más Natura, which is an initiative that makes available 3 financial instruments to mitigate the economic impacts generated by COVID-19, aimed to address a gender gap in the management of nature, and specifically aiming to join the forces between the different ministries and institutions. So the second main element is making sure that there is an interinstitutional and interministerial approach. And the third one, and very important one as well, is the international element. So in this part, and as was mentioned by Ambassador Marcel, for instance, with the NDC partnership, we aim to implement the gender strategy through various work streams, in particular to upstream the level through knowledge and learning support to the country level. So this is one of the examples that we're making, but also, for instance, during the preparatory meeting for the Conference of the Parties during the pre-COP in Costa Rica, the respect for human rights and gender equality was one of the cross-cutting themes of the pre-COP. Costa Rica has been one of the first countries to raise the level of political discussion issues related to gender, inclusion and human rights in a climate conference of this nature. And we are delighted to see that women empowerment and gender equality is being also put in center and front of Expo 2020. I wish to close my remark by saying that women's participation and leadership must be supported in all climate-related decision-making process, from the local to the global, and taken into account indigenous people as well. I wish to thank you so much, and I look forward for the interactive discussion.
Thank you so much, Rita. And as you said, plans are important. It's important to have the vision, to have the plans. And I think what is really most interesting, and as we work more on this issue, we realize that the question of equality and the question of empowerment has a sort of a two-way street, right? The more we mainstream equality and women's participation and leadership and inclusion and access across all of these issues that we're looking at, whether it's climate change, biodiversity, whatever the topic is, that not only creates a more comprehensive, more meaningful approach to the discussion that we're looking at, but it also has a return on the equality of women in that society as well. So it's a win-win. But moving the discussion from this idea of planning to actual impact and implementation. And I do want to keep it sort of, the way that we have designed this panel is to tackle the UNFCCC, the climate change angle, and then look at the interlinkages, the separateness with the biodiversity. But before we go on to that, and specifically thinking about impact in climate mitigation, I want to turn to Faye Qasim. Thank you for joining us. I think you bring a different perspective, one of a private sector directly involved in mitigation efforts to climate change. Your work at Malilo Renewable Energy not only drives to deliver clean and affordable electricity to South Africa's national grid, but through this work, you are making more women, as I like to call them, bosses of renewable energy enterprises. So please tell us a little bit about this. Where have you seen the most success? What have your challenges been? And where do you see that going forward?
Thank you so much for having me. It's been an absolute honor to be, part of this panel of discussions among very experienced and people in biodiversity and climate change. So it's an absolute honor. From my part, coming from the private sector and implementing the frameworks which policymakers actually set out, what I've realized is that corporates, international investors that come in to invest in the South African Renewable Energy Independent Power Producer Program will only do what they are required to do unless incentivized or fully committed to do otherwise. They will do the bare minimum. So I think it's important to stress that when policymakers draft these frameworks for the renewable energy industry, that they take a very realistic approach, or even open dialogue to private sector and ask private sector for their experience and challenges in the implementations of the frameworks. What I can say from a South African point of view, and countries that have signed the Paris Agreement to combat carbon emissions by 2030, is that there's been a lot of learning curves that have happened over the last 10 years from a South African point of view in renewable energy. And there is an extreme drive by 2030 to have our renewable energy, or South Africa's energy supply, be dominated by renewables, up to 50% of our current demand. So the opportunity for renewable energy is within the next 10 years, which means that the opportunity for women will be in the sector within the next 10 years. So we have to act now, and policies, frameworks need to be set out right now to ensure that women are equally represented and are infiltrated in from the very beginning, from the development of renewable energy projects right to the end, right to the operations, right to literally right to the full scope of the power plant, the renewable energy power plant. Three things that I would like to focus on right now is, from my success in terms of empowering women, one is private sector need to create, or I have created an internal policy which enforces requirement to affirm the highest level of support in advancing gender equality, striving for equal pay, striving for female participation at board level, striving for women having equal opportunities in terms of senior management positions. Previously in private sectors, it's a very male-dominated sector. we have to open these dialogues in terms of let's chat to our male colleagues, our male senior bosses, and let's, you know, disagree without being disagreeable. Let's try and enforce a company which has a balance of representation, women and men. So in terms of empowering women as leaders, it's of critical importance, especially in the energy sector, especially in a private company stance. The second thing is empowering women through local workforce development and employment. What I've realized is through green jobs and creating a workforce across the supply chain from construction to operations, job creation is of absolute success for female growth. The transfers of skills from males who have, you know, had that knowledge in terms of engineering, in terms of project development, who have that experience, to transfer that knowledge and expertise to women and addressing the unemployment crisis that we currently face. From a social, perspective, corporate social investment perspective, I've implemented a very successful bursary program, scholarship programs, where I have 108 students currently on, of which over 68 are dedicated to female students studying the STEM subjects, which is science, technology, engineering, and maths. So also, you know, incentivizing women to take up engineering as a profession and to empower them and get the necessary training skills in that sphere. Thirdly, it's promoting and implementing small, medium, micro enterprises of female procurement. We do understand women need opportunity, and majority of the construction of our renewable energy projects goes to the EPC contractors, the engineering contractors, but a huge portion of a 1.9 billion Rand investment comes down to the local content, which is the civil works, the electrical works, the balance of plants works. That's where women can take the advantage and optimize on these opportunities. Along with the operation part of it, where, you know, I've created women companies maintaining the solar project plants, the wind project plants in terms of security services, so providing supplies, maintenance. These are aspects where women can really tap into and gain the expertise and opportunities that are available. What I do think my biggest challenge in the renewable energy sector, which I think really needs some thought, is women accessing finance. A lot of the international finance institutions are currently prioritizing the green deals, but women generally have very little influence from a South African perspective in terms of entering the sector. You know, they lack the track record or collateral to use to secure funding. And I do think, you know, international financial institutions should come on board and have a gender mainstream approach to develop innovative financial instruments to accommodate women from disadvantaged backgrounds, and really tap into that aspect. Because from a South African point of view, implementing jobs, implementing leaders, or empowering women in the workplace, that is quite easy. But when it comes to accessing finance, that needs to really be critically addressed. Thank you.
Thank you, Faye. And I think you raise a very important point on the financing aspect. And if we have more time at the end of the discussion, I'd like to come back to Ambassador Bukaboom and perhaps Rita to ask about, you know, how do we move forward within the UNFCCC on finance? But if we have more time, we'll come back to that question. For now, I want to move to Her Excellency Razan Al-Mubarak, who has had an amazing career, and you have had experience in thinking about the UAE's attempts to curb emissions, but you have also had a very long career in protecting biodiversity. And really what I want to ask you about, as someone who understands what a national context is, but also as someone who has that international view as well, When we look at these two issues, we know that they are governed under two very different frameworks, the UNFCCC and the CBD agreement. Where do you see the linkages between climate change and habitat conservation, and where do you see them as separate, and where does the role of women fit in between, these different constructs? And sorry to give you a complicated question, but I think that overall view can help transition us into the next portion of the discussion.
Thank you, Hind, and thank you all for your thoughtful comments, and I'm looking forward to your comments, Dr. Gladys and Dr. Teresa. First of all, let me just start by saying that I really firmly believe that, unfortunately, the issue of biodiversity has been consistently overshadowed by the issue of climate change. There's been a lot of attention, and I think there's been a lot of very good work that is happening on the theme of climate change, and I commend what has been done. But I lament the fact that it has, and I hope my fellow panelists would agree, is not the case. We all know that the main drivers of those two issues are very different, and therefore the solutions are going to also be very different. While the UNFCCC provided a very clear vision of what needs to happen and presented global targets, this has not or is yet to be done on the biodiversity issue. And like you said, Hind, but at the same time, we do, of course, recognize that those two issues are, of course, interrelated. But what I wanted to really pose to the panelists is this observation that addressing one will not automatically address the other. But that takes us then, we're looking also at it from the lens of women, equity, and really empowerment. And that's really the root of the issue here. And I'll focus on the issue of biodiversity. So biodiversity, and this is something that I've engaged in, as you said, as a big part of really my journey and my career, is obviously extremely important, and its loss is an existential issue, similar to climate change. So as we lose biodiversity, we lose ecosystems that protect us from climate change. We also lose our food security. We also lose something that I feel very strongly about. We also lose our humanity. We lose our culture and our heritage. It's no surprise that in the most diverse, biodiverse area, they account for also 70% of all global languages. That's just an example of the interlinkages, not only of course, women, but humanity and culture with biodiversity. So indeed, its loss, we lament its loss, not only because of the fact that we lose these incredible species, but we also are losing a part, I believe, of who we are. And we're losing it at an incredible rate. We've already lost half of our global natural ecosystems. The International Panel on Biodiversity and Ecosystem Services has also released a report a number of years ago that puts an alarming rate on the loss of biodiversity and species. So we are at risk of losing 1 million species in the next few decades if we don't do anything about it. Now, this is where the crux of women's engagement is extremely important, because where is biodiversity loss happening? Biodiversity loss is happening in developing countries. They have this incredible richness of species, of forests cover, and so forth. But at the same time, we have a rural community that is very much dependent on nature and biodiversity for their survival. And this role is mainly being done by women. So as we lose natural resources and as they dwindle, we actually threaten the role of women in many, many societies and many, many communities around the world. And this is why, and I very much agree with what His Excellency Marcel alluded to at the beginning, which is the need to actually invest in women's education and empowerment. That is obviously extremely critical. And this is why also we at the MBZ Species Conservation Fund, which is an innovative global philanthropic model that invests in those individuals and communities that are the first line of defense against species extinction. I'll stop there, but I just wanted to add one more thing, because we sometimes also perhaps, obviously, leadership is extremely important. And for a very long time, we associated leadership values with very masculine values of competitiveness, of assertiveness. But today, when we understand how complex are the existential challenges that we face, the twin existential challenges that we face, which is climate change and biodiversity, that we need to also look at the new type of leadership that is needed to address those challenges. And this new type of leadership, or this type of leadership model, perhaps was associated with a much more female-oriented values, such as collaboration, such as cooperation, and such as listening. So I'll stop there.
Thank you, Your Excellency. That is very, first, very alarming to hear how quickly we are losing our biodiversity, but also very inspiring to know that we have people like yourselves and others on this panel that are thinking of how do we combat that. So I want to turn to Dr. Mundita from the ASEAN Center for Biodiversity. Her Excellency Razan mentioned, developing countries being at the forefront of the largest rate of biodiversity. She also mentioned that women are actually, from what I heard, is, women are actually on the front lines. And so in your role as the executive director of the Center for ASEAN, and one of the regions, your region is so rich, actually. How have you been working to ensure that women who are on the front lines, who are, those taking actions on the very local level, are given enough support? What else can we do? How do we support these efforts? Is it a question of raising awareness? Is it a question of better planning? What is it really for you is at the heart of this issue? Dr. Mundita.
Thank you very much, Hind, and I appreciate the earlier intervention by Her Excellency Razan, and she was able to really succinctly explain the linkage between biodiversity and climate change. And we look at biodiversity as a part of the natural solutions against in addressing climate change impacts. And this is not very much appreciated at this time. But if we are able to appreciate that, then we will recognize how important the role of women are, because women has been in the forefront of applying nature-based solutions ever since. I mean, I could talk about like during the war, for example, my mom told me stories about how my grandmother and all the other women were able to survive and save their families by going into the forest and being able to harness, being able to harvest the food from there, and even barks of trees, they were able to use it as blankets, and they had this vast knowledge with them and the sense of kinship, which which allowed them to use nature to save the families, to have them survive during the war. And now we're talking about a different war, which is the war against climate change. But it's the same solution that we must apply. It's still natural solutions that we must recognize. And if you are able to appreciate that role, like for example, in the Philippines, there's a group of women in Palawan that are able to harness the intertidal species for livelihood, while the men are going offshore fishing. They're the ones that are using the intertidal species to raise in Southeast Asia, even in Indonesia and in Myanmar, where they have organized themselves into informal groups to improve the credit access for farming. And so they are taking on leadership when it comes to applying nature-based solutions or in this case, protecting biodiversity as a means to address climate change impacts and to build resiliency. And so it's important, if we are able to recognize this, then I think this will add to recognizing their contribution, and hopefully this could be better harnessed. Unfortunately, it is not at this time. In a report of the ASEAN Economic Community in 2012, it says that women are still, not as much consulted in decision making, including on biodiversity and climate change. But for us in the ASEAN Center for Biodiversity, the ASEAN member states joined the CBD, the Convention on Biological Diversity, in its global effort to mainstream gender considerations into biodiversity conservation actions. And we hope that by doing this, we not only prevent or halt biodiversity loss, but in the process address climate action. So there are ongoing discussions in ASEAN on how to effectively mainstream gender perspectives into the policymaking process. Last December, the ACB with the CBD Secretariat conducted a 5-day regional workshop as part of the efforts to build a network of gender practitioners in biodiversity in the ASEAN. So this workshop sought to deepen understanding representatives from the ASEAN member states and government and non-government organizations to build capacity among policymakers and stakeholders in addressing gender and biodiversity issues in the region. So this is just the first step, but we want to continue the conversation.
I think we lost her. Okay. It's a shame we lost Dr. Mendita, but I think we all recognize how important. Okay, Dr. Mendita, you're back.
Yes.
You were.
Yeah. So. Yes, so as I mentioned clearly, if we are able to recognize the importance of natural solutions, nature-based solutions to addressing climate change, then the role of women actually becomes really more valuable at this time. So I think I should end there.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you for sharing your personal story. Thank you for recognizing further how biodiversity protection efforts are indeed part of that bigger picture of what we are trying to do and a response to the climate change discussion. But I do want to turn to our last speaker, somebody who is a star in her field, someone who has been on the ground in conservation efforts. Dr. Gladys Kalema, please share with us from your perspective, being on the ground and being so hands-on. How do my real question to you is, do you think women have a unique perspective in conservation efforts? And if so, what is that perspective, and how do we protect it and enhance it?
Well, thank you so much for inviting me on this panel. Yes, I've been working in conservation for half my life. Having started from the very beginning, I guess conservation in Africa has very, very few women in general, especially in sub-Saharan Africa and in Uganda, my country. So when I started out, I started out as the first veterinarian for the Uganda Wildlife Authority. And that was in itself, having a woman going out into the field. There were no rangers at the time, no female rangers. And now there's at least 30% of female rangers, which is fantastic after 20 years. But one of our discoveries and why we decided to implement the One Health approach in conservation through public health is we had a scabies skin disease outbreak in the critically endangered mountain gorillas at the time, which was traced to people living around the park who have very little health care. And then we realized that we needed to do something to improve the health of the communities in order to protect the gorillas. And when we held the very first health education workshop with the local communities around Bwindi, Penetrable National Park, I stood up to talk, and I was with a team of community conservation rangers and district health assistants who were men. And I talked about, how we can prevent disease between people and gorillas, and how the gorillas are so important to us. And eventually the communities gave fantastic solutions about how we can improve the situation. But one of the things that I heard the women whispering, we need to educate our girl child. Look at that woman standing up there talking to us. And I'm pleased to say that over time, we've had a lot more women engagement in conservation. And one of our very first employees, when we started conservation through public health a few years later, was the first female graduate in the area, our very first employee from the community. And she became a graduate because her father had the foresight to educate her to do a degree in tourism because gorilla tourism had begun. But all women of her age were having babies by the age of 15. So by the age of 25, they had 5 children. By the age of 36, they had 10. And Vasta had her first child at the age of 25 because her father educated her. I remember the remarks made by His Excellency at the beginning. And this is a very important issue. So then Vasta has had 4 children. Most of her community has 10. And she's a very active participant in conservation. And with CTPH, we work with our village health and conservation teams, where we train village health workers to do conservation work. And the reason we do this is, one, to improve the health of the community so that when gorillas come out, they don't get sick from the local community. But we also added family planning because we found that people needed to have manageable families. If they have too many children, they end up going in and collect firewood, which isn't good. And at the same time, they destroy the gorillas' habitat. And then you can't break the poverty cycle. And they also can't give their children proper health care. And they don't benefit from the tourism revenue schools that are built with support from tourists visiting Bwindi. So when we started this program, we're really pleased that half our volunteers were men and half were women. It was really important because then everyone could educate their households about the importance of family planning, and we focused on couple peer education. And we found that with our program, the men are actually supporting their women to take family planning. And so women are not having babies every year. And just in the area where we are working, the family planning rate increased from 20% in the women to 67%. And the national average increased from 30% to 45% in rural areas. So we're finding that through our program, women are getting more involved in conservation because they also talk about the importance of gorillas and preventing zoonotic disease, such as COVID-19 right now, which is one of the hottest topics, but also the importance of family planning, and men are getting more involved in healthcare and family planning. So that's what we're finding, and telling people why they shouldn't poach and collect firewood. So we're finding that through One Health approach to conservation, which is able to address many of the SDGs, gender equality, health, conservation, climate change, all of this kind of approach is resulting in better impact for conservation and affecting other sectors as well. So I think it's really important to engage women in conservation. And I love the remarks of Her Excellency as well about women leadership. I'm one of the founder members of Women for Environment. I'm on the Women for Environment Leadership Council, which is advocating for more women leadership in conservation in Africa. And so with us, we have somebody from Egypt, Leila Haza, who actually got us all involved in this initiative. She founded Lion Guardians, and we have Dr. Winnie Kiru from Kenya, Conservation Kenya, working a lot with elephants. And so we find that we need to have more women leaders in these positions. Most of the government agencies don't have women at the top positions or in senior management. They don't have women on boards. They're beginning to get women on boards, but there's still a long way to go. And I'm pleased that that has been mentioned, because women are more collaborative, holistic. And I think when it comes to engaging local communities, where you really have to listen in order to achieve long-term behavior change, women are much better at listening. So it's really important to involve women in conservation and addressing climate change.
Thank you, Dr. Gladys. I think you are definitely a testament to this idea of women being able to bring a holistic approach. And I think that your work is truly a reflection of that, that you are not only tackling conservation through the traditional lens, but you were looking at the health of the community around you. You were engaging in issues such as the ensuring that girls had education. And I'm sure that, if we had more of this type of approach, would be a lot more successful. We have 5 more minutes to go. And I just want to go back to this question on financing. Ambassador Bukaboom, how do you see the question of ensuring access and supporting, having a mechanism to ensure access to women, to support them, playing out in the future of the different negotiations that we're going to be going through?
I think that the question of climate finance is an hour panel discussion in itself. Maybe just a few short reflections on that one. One is we're not on track when it comes to climate finance, and we're not on track when it comes to the implementation of Article 2.1c of the Paris Agreement, which asks for the alignment of all finance towards the 2 main goals of the Paris Agreement. I think that female leadership could make a difference here. So trying to link some of the topics of this panel to each other. We are seeing the early beginnings of that with, for example, Kristalina Georgieva at the IMF, which is, I think, a good step, but it's the COVID-19 pandemic has actually thrown us back also when it comes to the implementation of SDG 5 on gender equality. So there is a long way to go, and we have to make sure that the recovery packages also take into account gender equality. And that is actually making it even harder as, and I think one of the other panelists said that, women are in the front lines when it comes to health and social professions. So actually you're 2-0 down here, and that is something that we really have to take into account. So it's actually several crises on top of each other, and ultimately, of course, it all boils down to finance. But the topic that we are discussing here today is actually very relevant to also address that.
Thank you. So I want to close this out with something lighter, something a little bit more inspirational. So we're going to go through very quickly with all of you and complete the sentence. Safeguarding our planet means, for me, it means safeguarding our humanity. And Azan, you have inspired that. So I'll start with you.
Yeah, I mean, I think you've said it. I think safeguarding our planet is safeguarding humanity, and with that, like you said, it's also beauty. Not everything has to be so grim. We are in the middle of a pandemic, and this great reset has forced us to look at things differently, and has potentially forced us to look at nature differently and understand our place in it. We are not separate from nature. We are part of nature. So really saving the planet, we are saving ourselves.
Thank you. Ambassador, safeguarding our planet means?
For me, it's relating it to the topic of today is promoting and valuing female values and qualities. And I'm saying that because it would also include me. If I would only say, put an emphasis on females alone, I wouldn't have a role anymore. And I've listened carefully, and I try to implement many of those as well in my own roles, including listening. So I'll stop here.
Thank you. Dr. Mandita.
Okay. Safeguarding our planet is safeguarding our health and well-being, because our solutions to address some of the health issues that we're experiencing now could be in nature.
Thank you. Rita, safeguarding our planet means?
For me, it also means being humble and being inclusive. It's about having, being clear on what is our role and being collaborative and being inclusive.
Thank you. Dr. Gladys.
Safeguarding our planet definitely mean safeguarding humanity. And, when it comes to, for example, you need to have healthy wildlife in order for, let's say, to have good tourism, and that money then goes to develop local communities, whether it means responsible tourism, responsible consumption. We cannot survive if we don't look after our planet. So it's safeguarding our planet definitely means safeguarding our humanity.
Thank you. Last but not least, Faye.
Well, I'm not sure what more I can add, but safeguarding our planet means safeguarding our basic human right to live on this planet in an equal, fair, and just world, protecting the environment and everything around us for future generations.
Thank you. I want to thank you all so much for sharing your very valuable views with us. And I do hope that we can remain engaged, and I do hope that we get to see you all when we open our doors for Expo in October 2021. Thank you all so much.
Thank you so much, Hind, and all of our panelists for another fascinating session. Ladies and gentlemen, we are nearly at the end of our program for today. Our next session will begin at 5:15. Stay tuned. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. And now I would like to welcome our final set of speakers. Youth is a cross-cutting central feature across all our theme weeks at Expo. Particularly for a theme like climate and biodiversity, we see the value of Expo as a platform to engage and promote collaboration between youth from across the world to push the needle forward on climate impact. During our event time Climate and Biodiversity Week, which will take place on the 3rd to the 9th of October 2021, we will be hosting the People's Promise for Climate Impact event as grassroots assembly bringing together youth and civil society for climate action and taking the people's word to COP26. This event will feature youth voices and spotlight the amazing work young people are doing in different areas of climate change advocacy, mitigation, and adaptation in their communities. So let's now turn to a group of exemplary and inspiring young people who can give us a glimpse of the kind of future leaders you will see at the Expo during event time. And here to introduce members of the Youth Advisory Group is Dr. Dina Assaf, the United Nations Resident Coordinator for the UAE and Deputy Commissioner General of the United Nations at Expo 2020. Dr. Dina, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much for this great introduction, and I'm very happy to be here today to introduce to you the UN Secretary General's Youth Advisory Group for climate change. And the Secretary General decided that it was very important to hear from youth and ensure that we are engaging with the next generation of leaders on such an important matter. As the United Nations, our support and engagement with youth is of highest priority. And the United Nations will, within its work at Expo and our Pavilion, be prioritizing youth and youth engagement in all of our activities. So we're very happy to have the Youth Advisory Group with us here today to engage on the important discussions that are happening in this pre-Expo event. And I look forward to hearing from them and learning more from all of you. Thank you very much.
Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening for everyone around the world. My name is Nisreen Saim. I'm one of the members of the UN Secretary General Youth Advisory Group on Climate Change. Well, this group is very unique. First, we represent all of the regions of the world. Second, we are coming from a very various background, ethnicity, interest, work field, experiences. We have economists, we have lawyers, we have researchers, we have indigenous people, we have biodiversity conservatives, and so on. Well, this group's main mandate is actually to be the link between the Secretary General and the young people when it comes to climate change. We will make sure to make your voices heard. We will make sure that the Secretary General will be very much informed of what's happening regarding young people and climate change movement. Young people around the world did a lot of work in climate change advocacy. They pushed their governments to be more environmental friendly and to have less emissions in their countries. They have showed that their top priority is the planet and the next generations. We want to have future and we want our kids to have a future too. And we all know that we don't have a planet B and we don't have more time to waste. Youth Advisory Group on Climate Change will be very much open, honest and frank with the Secretary General and all of the climate action movement around the world when it comes to prioritizing what we are having and what we are experiencing right now. Well, biodiversity is one of the most affected areas and vulnerable areas to climate change. We are already losing a lot of species. Well, we were in a very equilibrium world and now this equilibrium has shifted. Things are not as it was in the past. And of course, it will not remain the same in the future if we continue business as usual. Well, in Sudan alone, we lost more than 25% of our biodiversity due to land degradation, desertification, heavy rains and floods, and we are experiencing even more worse weather events and extreme events of climate change and climate crises. I don't think we can waste any more time in taking decisions and taking steps and walking the talk regarding climate change. Well, Youth Advisory Group will try to make sure that young people's voices is even more heard in more structural way. And I think the Expo is a very good opportunity to be more exposed, especially to the big emitters, big companies, and the world of industry, saying that, well, there is no jobs in a dead planet. COVID-19, of course, was a very, very unfortunate but realistic training to what could happen if we lived in a world with climate crisis and if we continue doing things as it is. Well, as I said before, our top priority is the planet, but how are we going to do it? More advocacy, more youth inclusion, more green jobs, more actions from world leaders, more bold steps from other stakeholders is what's going to save us. Thank you very much, and I think it's time to take action.
So we just heard from Nisreen, who told us about what the Youth Advisory Group is, and now I'm going to talk a little bit more about who I am and what I'm working on. My name is Sophia Kiani, and I live in McLean, Virginia in the United States. I'm the founder and executive director of Climate Cardinals, an international youth-led nonprofit working to make climate information more accessible to people who don't speak English. My passion for climate activism really began 6 years ago when I took a trip to Iran, which is my parents' home country. While I was there, I noticed how horrible the pollution was, and I started to do research and learn about the Middle Eastern climate crisis, where temperatures in the Middle East are rising more than twice the global average. This was horrifying to me, but what was even more shocking was that my relatives had no idea what I was talking about when I approached them about how concerned I was about climate change and global warming. What's more, when I did more research, I learned that in Iran, only 5% of university students were able to properly explain the greenhouse gas effect. So I really realized that there was an educational discrepancy where people in Iran weren't learning about climate change. And part of this was because there was very little information available in Farsi, which is their native language. So I translated climate information into Farsi with the help of my mom in order to really educate my relatives. And after that, I really was inspired to continue advocating on behalf of science and fighting for action on the climate crisis, which is why I started working with Fridays for Future and 0 Hour, 2 other youth climate organizations, until I eventually started to found Climate Cardinals, because I really felt like other organizations in the climate movement weren't doing enough to tackle the climate crisis. And now Climate Cardinals has grown to over 6,000 young people in 41 countries from around the world, and they have translated over 200,000 words of climate information into 105 languages. I'm also working with the United Nations environmental program to translate their Youth for Nature initiative into many other languages so that we can enable it to be the world's most widely distributed manifesto on planetary health. I really hope to use this new position to further enable my mission of increasing access to climate information, especially among people of color and non-English speakers. So now you've learned a little bit more about me, and now you'll hear from Paloma, who will talk about her experience in the Amazon.
Hello everyone, my name is Paloma Costa and I am from Brazil. I am super happy to be here to be able to share my message with you all. Thank you so much for the invitation. Well, we still live in this world as we owe it, structuring our entire mindset into the idea that we could have some domain of all that exists here in this planet. And the damages accumulated ultimately are leading us to a point where the whole system will collapse. The most devastating fires in my region, both in the Amazon and the Pantanal, were caused by human business. By putting fires into the forest, burning them to export livelihoods. Who puts fires in your own house? Because of this unique and isolated act, led by one sector and one interest in this society, we slaughtered, only with this year's fire, 26.5% of the Pantanal biome. We did it. We actually did it. We reached the tipping point of the Amazon. The scientists Carlos Nobre and Thomas Lovejoy, in their latest report on Nature, said that if we reached the destruction of 20 to 25% of the Amazon, the forest will start becoming a savanna. Well, we destroyed 20% of the Amazon. What this will cause? Worse, what this will cause increase with the impacts of the tipping points around the world. Well, the only thing I'm certain is that we cannot afford it. Life is not a bargain, and my future is not on sale. We codepend of every little action done on our planet. What you choose to do from wherever you are has an immense impact on all living beings in this planet. What we consume and who we vote, what kind of society we support. That's why we should take accountable every and each individual, collective and political act we do. Our own humanity is collapsing, and no one is safe from the falling of this system that we insist that sustain our nations, but is not sustainable at all. As David Attenborough said in his last documentary, it's not about saving our planet, but it's about saving ourselves. So we cannot afford any more setbacks in our run for life. It's imperative that from now on, we really rely on the agreements we make among ourselves, respecting the continuity of life for this and for future generations, implementing on trade agreements safeguards to the environment, to the communities that depends directly on it, to the youth, who is also part of the responsibility, and to be honest, the only group really taking this responsibility seriously. We all know that participation is key to change the paths of collapsing, and young people still needs a formal seat on the table, on the decision-making table. Because the damages made in this lifetime will be eclipsed by the damages made on mine and on future generations. So I want our voices to be really, really heard. Because to complete our journey of development, we require much more than intelligence. We require wisdom. Because this world is full of information, but with lack of conscience. That's why we need a powerful shared conscience, based on nature, based on humanity, where we understand the power of working with nature, not against it, not against us. The more we delay to take action, the more we are playing with our lives. Do we want our own extinction? We must rewild the world, reforestate our conscience. And the natives of my country teach me to unite to protect their territories. So we need to do the same to protect our home. We depend on it. Our earth and our future relies on us. So we are together in this. Let's fight for life. Thank you.
Thank you to Dr. Dina, to our Youth Advisory Group representatives, and to you, our participants and viewers, for tuning in today. We will leave you with a message from the Executive Secretary of the UN Convention to Combat Desertification and the Land Anthem by musicians and advocates Baba Mal, Ricky Kedge, Lonnie Park, and IP Singh.
Dear friends, the Great Green Wall is about the journey of people who set out to create a new world wonder, a living, growing proof that people can fight back against a degrading environment. This extraordinary initiative transformed lives of millions of people by restoring land, growing food, creating jobs, and securing peace. And the story is not just about those who live along the Great Green Wall. It is about all of us. When we hear that this initiative creates income opportunities for women in Burkina Faso, let's remember that these women grow food not just for their families, but for our families too. And let's not forget that the hundreds of thousands of hectares of restored land in Ethiopia help fight against climate change, not only in Africa, but across the globe. You may have heard of the butterfly effect, haven't you? The current pandemic brought to light the undeniable truth that human health is dependent on the health of the planet. Through initiatives such as the Great Green Wall, we can reset our relationships with the planet and enter into a new social contract for nature. The world's largest land restoration initiative is a story of the generation that worked with nature, not against it, to build a better future. Thank you.
Let's celebrate the joy of life. We're born from the land. You and I and all of life. We're born from the land.